YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. Look at this. We've got a robotic lawnmower. It is radio controlled. It's radio controlled. Brian Phillips RC. It's radio controlled. Brian Phillips RC. Okay, we've covered that. Great. I also have an aerodrome we're trying to build here. As you know, if you followed Brian Phillips RC, we're building runways. We've already got one runway for the RCs. We're building another runway. We're eventually gonna have a full-scale strip if all goes to plan, at least for ultralights. And it's still gonna be awesome. But in order to do that, I need some help. And no, it doesn't mean hiring help. It means getting a robotic helper. So if you guys have ever needed a helper, check out this video. We're gonna show you all the ins and outs that we learned in our process of installing this Yarbo lawnmower, okay? Now this is also up to and including a leaf blower, a snow blower, or just nothing on it at all. And you can use it to drive around and do things like pull boats.
Or your jet, your private jet.
Your private jet, which we haven't talked about yet. I'm gonna have to talk to Best Tugs about that. But anyway, all I've got to say is this thing is awesome. I can't believe how good it worked. I can't believe how easy it was actually to set up. The hardest part has been getting a PoE Ethernet cable through a door as a temporary test with anticipation of severe weather tomorrow. That's been the hardest part. But this thing, believe it or not, was actually quite easy to install, but it's been difficult to film because there's a lot of different steps and it's very broken up into different pieces. So if you guys stay tuned for the whole Unbox build radio setup, yes, we're calling it an Unbox build radio setup, and made in flights, sorry, made in cut, then you'll learn a lot. If you're thinking about spending this kind of coin, you might want to watch the whole video because there's a lot to learn, and I learned a lot just doing it, okay? So there's a lot of value you can extract. If you did extract any value, smash the like button, click the bell to subscribe. We do the same thing except much more specific to RC, where we're doing RC airplanes, helicopters, VTOLs, quads, all that stuff. And you know it from experience because there's like 3,000 videos on brianphillipsrc.com right now. Or you can head over to our short link at bprc.me and you can check out all the footage right now. But if you want to learn about the Yarbo lawnmower, it's one of the most expensive things that I didn't need in my life that I couldn't live without. And I'm just gonna tell you this right now. It cost more than our zero turn. Bought it totally used, by the way, full disclosure. It's not even here yet. And I'm hoping I don't have to bring it here. That would make my day. Because every time I smell something and I love nature, I break out in hives. I'm allergic to everything. So that being said, if you're allergic to everything or you just don't have enough time to cut your own lawn, this is the tool for you. Stay tuned. We'll explain all of it. YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We have to unbox this thing. Okay, it's too big. Literally, they delivered this stuff. They put it behind my wife's car, and I spent like 25 minutes feverishly dragging it into the garage before the rain hit. It was awesome. Thanks, FedEx. So Yarbo, and then we got this stuff. Full disclosure, this is gonna be amazing. I cannot believe they're working with us on this Yarbo. So cool, and there's a cat. The cat, this is the protector. Yes, years ago, I think we actually did a video on this.
We did.
And now the cat is still using it, which is awesome. So that's where Brian Phillips RC goes, wherever it takes us. And the truth is, we've done full-scale aviation. We've done tons of RC. We've done lots of e-scooters, e-bikes, and leaf blowers. Yes, some of them we still use almost every day.
All the time.
I literally prepped this video and we've got a cat making his debut. So actually they made their debut on an air check that's right there.
Yes.
See, we review things that we really use, okay? So without further ado, we're gonna cut this thing open. Now, this is the first box we're gonna do. It is a battery, obviously, because it says like battery stuff all over it. It's got like all these warnings about death and destruction. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take you back inside. We're gonna show you each of these boxes, the ones we can do in a more comfortable environment so you can see really good. There's gonna be a lot of questions about this because this thing is really expensive, but I think it's gonna be really awesome. And just to give you an idea, our used zero turn costs less than this system. But this system will buy something that you cannot buy with a zero turn, and that is time. And by the way, if you're anything like me and you're breaking out from spring, this is just a little bit, by the way, that's treated. You should have seen it before. Then this will hopefully help a little bit with that. Because when you have a runway, and we're just gonna walk outside with you, when you have a runway in an aerodrome and you want to keep and maintain stuff so that it doesn't look like, you know, basically there's weeds everywhere. It's not really well kept, but we're also super early in the spring in Iowa, okay? So our grass is either knee-high or not existent.
Non-existent.
And so within the next few weeks, it's gonna get kind of crazy. And as you can see, we've pulled the vehicles out to make room, but on the dam runway and that new intersection and all that stuff, I have visions for this system being a deal breaker for us. I mean, or not a deal breaker, a deal maker.
Yeah.
Because keeping on top of this much grass cutting and the ultimate long-term game is to have a full-scale grass strip as well. That I want to use this for. So we're going to see if we can get it done, and we're going to start small and we're going to work our way up. So this is obviously robotic and remote controlled. There is literally a controller. So I don't want to hear any of you guys, oh, it's not RC. Well, neither is a leaf blower, and we did that. This is definitely not RC, and we did it, okay? That air check, we reviewed this air check. We did this on Brian Phillips RC, and we shamelessly featured the kittens. That was one of them.
Use that thing all the time.
We use it all the time because at the end of the day, this lifestyle of RC is a lot more than just the next RC airplane, the next tank, RC boat, whatever it happens to be, heli, aircraft. You guys know we do it all here on Brian Phillips RC, but we're trying to teach you guys things that are just beyond the surface level marketing BS. You can get it from a million other people on YouTube, okay? So we're hoping we're gonna give you the full truth, but the truth, so help us God, on this machine. It's expensive, it's big. I think it's gonna be awesome, and it could be time saving, and I mean serious time saving, because when you're out mowing 2 times, sometimes 3 times a week, it sucks a lot of time. And that's what we're hoping to buy back is time. Some people are at that stage of their life. That's where we are. Okay, so without further ado, the unbox is gonna come. If you have questions, obviously leave them down below. If you wanna support us, check the links in the video description below. You can buy these things. We'll make small commission just like we do on the airplanes. It's a little lower percentage, but it's a considerably more expensive thing. But either way, it helps us to build brand partnerships with these companies that have awesome stuff that might be valuable to groups of people that run RC clubs and stuff like that. So remember, we're not trying to be sellouts. We don't do sellouts. We tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, to help us God. And that means if this thing sucks big, big, big time, then we will share that. Okay, all right, stay tuned. All right, so we're inside now in our film studio, AKA kitchen. And which, by the way, you guys don't know this yet, but we have another film studio that we're working on right now, and we'll share that as soon as we get an opportunity, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we're looking forward to it. So this is actually a dangerous chemical that's designed to keep contacts clean, okay? So we're gonna show you this. This is going to be helpful, and you can apply it to the actual pads where it pulls up on. And so again, not 100% sure how we're gonna format this video, but this appears to be some sort of a wax and then like a liquid ingredient maybe? Protective coating. Yep, and it talks about avoiding skin contact and stuff like this. And this is toxic to aquatic life and environment, so do not dispose of in drains or soil, okay? So like in our case, obviously we don't wanna be doing that because we have quite literally got fish on our property, and there's like an applicator in here, guys. Don't lose that. It's comes out of like a, this is gonna go get pressed in there, I guess. And then there's a little, you know, keep dry pack in there.
Oh.
So not a snack, okay? All right, so I'm gonna put this back in, and I just wanted to show you what every package that we got from these guys was in that stack, okay? It was all delivered on one day. Except this
little thing came later. That little protective stuff
Except
came later.
I think this came different day too. So the battery itself might have come a different day. And yes, it was huge. It was huge, and it's kind of hard to move that thing. Like, I'm a big guy, I move stuff all the time. I can handle heavy stuff. We've gotten some bikes that are really heavy, and I felt so bad for the FedEx delivery person that delivered this thing because it's ridiculous. It might as well be LTL, which if you don't know what that means less than a truckload, okay? Okay, so big heavy duty foam, squish it for them. Okay, now let's show them the bomb case. Oh, look at this, look at this.
Gracious.
Look at this.
Holy cow, that's the...
Holy shnikey balls.
Jeez.
Okay, well there you have it, guys. So that's the battery. Now this is designed, it's got an AC plug here, it looks like, maybe. Kind of hard to get at. Nope, that's the plug that goes into the device, okay? I've seen that before on some of the, I think on the Awesome scooter that we had.
Oh, okay.
So cam crew, help me hold down that far side. So So it says Yarbo. It's closed totally otherwise, okay? Give them just a close up if they want to read that, turn it so it's square. Okay, pretty simple stuff. You can see the voltage and stuff is probably on here. Yeah, 1382.4 watt hours. Pretty specific, okay? So it sits here. There's nothing more you have to do. Now remember, this is a retail offering. It's not designed to be for just RC geeks like myself. But if you're like myself, then you'll probably get an extra kick out of it. Now, the other thing too is we have a huge property. So we have just under 24 acres on the 3 lots that we have, okay? We don't really intend to do that whole property because much of it is hay, okay? Alfalfa, and then a little bit of grass hay. But with the current construction, we're not getting hay in that area, but eventually it'll be hayed right to the edge. So this is gonna be designed more to go around the useful areas. And then over here, when we put in the pond, we have all these trees. And I wanna show you part of my game plan as we do this unbox. It's gonna help you to understand why this is gonna bring a lot of value for us. So right here, all these trees that we moved, you can see these little stakes. That's one thing that I'm afraid of with this Yarbo, is that it's gonna go and blow through where those stakes are, and it's gonna take out little tiny trees that I have transplanted from time and space. These are real trees that exist. Over the hill, I found a spot where I found a bunch of little ones, and I've been moving them. And some of them are this tall now. And it's really cool if you can use your real natural resources and all these trees that naturally occur, I wanna move them. All these trees were either salvaged because of the dam project, when we built the dam so that we could facilitate the pond, they came in and tore out a bunch of trees. Full disclosure, we had a bug that was in some of those trees and it took them out, which is what helped make the decision to go ahead with that project. And some of those trees are still hurting from that bug attack. Some of them, this big around, I ripped out and threw into a burn pile. Okay, that's how bad this bug was. And it killed like a third of our trees. We had to have National College come out and do some testing to find out. They didn't know about this bug. It was like the emerald ash borer, except it wasn't for that type of tree. We also had that, and it came through this area, and so we lost a lot of trees. Well, anyway, it broke our heart to lose so many trees in such a short time. That's why we moved them. Well, guess what that made? A giant maintenance thing for me to deal with. The frogs agree. So hopefully you can hear it. So anyways, this Yarbo is gonna help me save time by doing some of the more complex mows and some of the more tedious mows, because that's gonna be a huge mowing path, like 700 feet from that corner up to the side of the house or more, okay? And then it can go back and do 2 or 3 passes is my goal, and then we can have a nice overshoot when we make terrible landings, because you know I'm good at those.
Well, and then just to keep up with runway maintenance, so it's kind of
Always
always
ready.
done and ready. Yep.
Yep, and it's gonna look awesome too. So my hope is, now we're not going out and cutting grass that's this tall. So we don't want you guys to think that's what our goals and objectives are. They aren't,
No.
okay? So this battery is like a 50 cal gun cabinet, gun case. Feel it. So that'll keep that nice and safe.
Oh my goodness.
Can you even pick it up?
Not with my left hand.
Do you want me to film you trying to pick it up?
No, I don't.
Here.
No.
Try it.
Well, I can do it with 2 hands.
Okay, so
It's really heavy.
So she can get it. All right, well, just remember this is a heavy machine.
Right.
So it's gonna take some doing. So we're gonna actually get reset out there and pick up the video where we left off. All right, so we're back in the garage. This is the charging pad that it drives on top of. And so just to show you how this packaging works, they've got these corner guards that are really heavy duty, hard plastic. Okay, so you wanna keep those forever.
Of course.
And
Thanks,
also it makes it
Yarbo.
really hard to stack because they intertangle each other, okay? Ooh. So yes, I'm cutting them with a knife. You could also cut them with scissors, or I like to use aviation snips when I'm cutting steel banding because it just works really nice. And it's aviation related. I'm just kidding. It doesn't have to be aviation related for me to do it.
Just mostly that.
It's a factor, let's say, it's a factor. This is IP67 protected against water and dust. Okay, IP67 is a rating, that's a pretty high rating actually. IP67K is what we have on some of our industrial equipment that I sell into washdown environments, okay? IP69 is even higher, and that's some of the other stuff we sell into washdown environments, okay? So we're just gonna cut this open right here.
And this
says it operates from -13 Fahrenheit to 113 degrees Fahrenheit. We're gonna hit both of those, but we're not gonna be using this for snow blowing. But guess what? You could.
Yes, exactly.
And the other thing too is, I don't know how it's gonna work with garages and stuff yet. And so that's one thing we have to work through, which is why we do unbox build radio setups. So that you guys can follow along and learn what needs to be learned before you make a relatively large purchase, okay? So obviously behind us, we have a tractor. If you wanna know more about this is the Coyote DK 6010 SE hydrostatic with a cab and a loader. And we actually have quite a bit of video footage about that tractor. It's been amazing, life-changing, great choice. And they've switched to a new version, okay? But I love it, it's awesome. So if you guys ever see, okay, so over here, you can see what's going on. There's some installation parts here, okay? So you have a giant cord, okay? So it looks like a big power cord. It's got like a phone jack looking thing.
Oh.
Okay, so that's obviously gonna be for powering it up. I'll just throw that over here. And then we've got some anchors that would go into concrete. And I can tell because they've got the wedge style anchors, this expansion bolts for docking station. Okay, so those would go into the ground and help hold it to the ground so that somebody doesn't steal it. Oh, and by the way, speaking of anti-theft, you spend so much money on this and you wanna make sure somebody doesn't steal it. The thing has like multiple cameras that are trained in all directions when it's charging, as far as I understand. Now this is for docking station grass pegs. They look like really nice spacks. By the way, go to the hardware store and buy these spacks and tell me how much they cost. I bet they're $4 each. I'm serious. Last time I bought, they were like that. They were like $4 each or $5 each. So it's crazy. Okay, so high quality foam. Looks like we have this bar. I'm not sure if that bar must be like a transition threshold bar. And it's just got some stretch film to hold this in place. So we'll come back to that obviously. And full disclosure, we don't know where we want to put this yet. And to be honest with you, it might end up being in the damn gift shop at some point. Because it may be stationed out there because it's easier to get in and out of the building. I'm not sure yet. It just kind of depends. Also, we have one other spot where we were thinking about putting it, and we'll probably put it there for the sake of the video, okay? So as you can see, right here, it's a ramp, okay? So I'm just gonna throw the foam in a pile here, hon.
Okay.
So it is a ramp. I'm not 100% sure if I can pick this up or not. I think I can. It says, metal objects between docking station and Yarbo will get hot and can burn you. Remove foreign objects from docking station before charging Yarbo. Okay, well that's good to know.
Okay.
I'd rather find out now than after I get burned. Okay, so I'm gonna just lift this up. This is a corner guard that's just kind of in here to protect it. There is no damage whatsoever. This thing is really well packaged. This appears to be like a high density plastic. Okay, so look underneath.
Oh, okay.
You see the charging setup? There's a charging port over there. That's where we're gonna actually put that cable into. So I think without further ado, if you wanna show them up here underneath, this is something you're not gonna get on the other videos, is we're gonna show you all the details, annoyingly. On Brian Phillips RC, that's what we do. Cable goes through, quick disconnect here, not sure. Must be positive to negative. Then it splits off and it goes down here to whatever this is, probably some sort of a sensing communication apparatus. And then right here, there's something there. And then right here, there's heat sinks on this whole creation here. That's metal. This is plastic, okay? And then over here, we've got, you're gonna have to let me know if you can see good because it's black on black, makes it hard to film, I'm sure. This is a weather resistant gland. It's got a pass through with a rubber gasket. And I don't know if you just pull straight or exactly how that undoes itself. It's got a little latch. Do you press that? Yep, you press that and then that releases the key right there, okay? So this is gonna get plugged into this cord here, and that's how you're gonna plug in your Yarbo. So you're probably wondering, what type of cable do I need? How much load is this gonna charge at? Do I need a 20 amp circuit? Do I need a 15 amp circuit? Do I need a 10 amp circuit? Do I need a grounded outlet? Well, I think we've already answered that part. It does definitely have a solid ground too. Geez, look at that. That's solid. Usually those are like pinched and really light duty. This is a super nice heavy duty cable. So also, if this cable is like way too long, I'm sure there's other offerings from Yarbo, but it looks like it's just 3 pins. So if you need to shorten this, I'm pretty sure you can take apart this assembly here and cut back and shorten it, okay? Because this looks like one of the industrial connectors that we use from a brand called Turk, but it's not a Turk connector. So look guys, when you open that up, goes through a stream relief, and that stream relief has a gasket material, and then it's actually soldered into that front end of this connector. And so it looks like that comes straight out. So if you needed to shorten this cable to your applicational requirements, you can also see that those pins come out one at a time, and then there's a spacer. Don't break that, okay? You need that. But you can see a nice solder joint there. Would have been nice if those were crimp style flat screwdrivers. You could just tighten them in. But you'll see this is very critical to get keyed back into the right position. Otherwise, you're gonna have massive problems. Now you can see there is a rail along here. You see that rail? Mm-hmm. Touch it with your finger. That rail is gonna line up with this relief, okay? So that keeps it so it can only be inserted properly. Then this goes in and guards the cabinet, this thing, the BD20 cabinet, and it's also keyed as well. It slides in and this goes back until it creates a pressure connection, which then bites the home run cable, or in this case, there is a ferrite core on here. I don't know why there's a ferrite core. We're talking about AC here. There's a ferrite core here on this end too. So like if you were really, really close to your outlet, you could cut out, say you wanted to have a 2-foot plug, you could cut off part of this, strip back, clean off the ends, pull this apart, desolder one at a time, and just resolder them, and you'd be golden. As long as you make all your leads the same length, you can shorten the cable, okay? So good to know that that can be done. High serviceability always ranks high for me. When I'm spending this kind of coin on a machine, I wanna know that I can make modifications to fit my environment, okay? I don't want this massive giant cable. But let's go ahead and make this massive giant cable stretch out so you can see how long this is. Camera crew's gonna actually hold just this end, so it's easy. I'm just gonna walk this out. And it's actually, you can tell it's super high quality because it's very heavy.
Yeah.
Hold it tight.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a 26-foot deep stall here. Walk back until you're right next to the paramotor. Okay, so as you can see, simulate sticking it into the wall. Okay?
Okay, I'm
Show
at
the people.
wall.
Point the camera.
Wall.
So you're in the wall. We kind of switch sides. This would go under the garage door and it would plug in, okay? Yeah. So if you're plugged into a chest high plug, or we've got one there, we've got one there, we've got one there, only because we built this house. If you built it, then maybe you had to put 3 outlets. But putting 3 outlets in a garage to a builder is like, oh my God, 3 outlets, are you kidding me? What are you running, some sort of a grow house? No.
Nope.
No, we live in this house.
It's a garage.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think we put like 7 outlets in here and they just had a conniption thing. It was hilarious. So this is gonna plug in and it's keyed so you can't screw it up. See, this one's a bigger oval. These are circles. Okay, this slides in. And you guys are probably thinking to yourself, good Lord, how long is this video gonna be? Don't look at the status bar.
Yeah, just so.
And then this thing here, I'm gonna actually flop that over the top because you don't wanna pinch it when you lay it down. So we'll go lay this down right now. I'll just show you where I'm thinking about putting it, camera crew.
Okay.
This is where I'm thinking about putting it. It's not like it has to be here. This is where I'm thinking about, okay? This is potentially where we're gonna put it because we have room for it right now. And until such a time as we decide, hey, this thing is worth having, okay?
Right.
This might work out really good, okay? So you got your little safety cover. Now there is gonna be some width expectations and I don't know how wide this thing is yet, but I'm assuming we'll have to have this far enough over or closer or whatever to make it where it's gonna go. And maybe we could use shelf liner to hold it down. That's a joke. But we have an outlet here, okay? Right. So we could hypothetically plug it in. And now that we've stretched our cable out, we know we could also take this inside as well because we have plenty of length to get in to a desirable location inside of the garage, which incidentally, hon, I do have a plug here. So we could use a plug here if we wanted. So I'm gonna plug it in. If it catches on fire and blows up, then everybody can point and laugh on camera. It'll be hilarious. All right. So also, as you know, your garage door has a seal on the bottom. In most cases, you should be able to close the garage door over the top of a cable if you want to temp it in and see how things work before you make the commitment to start drilling and poking holes in your concrete, in your walls, all that stuff. I would highly encourage that. Also, there's 2 ramp pieces, as you can see. One has a ramp that's on the bottom, and then it goes to this, and there is a blue light. Show them the blue light. I can see it in the daylight.
Oh, yes.
Okay?
Yep.
So there's definitely something happening. And we're not even through all the boxes, guys. So we're gonna keep unboxing this thing. We wanted to talk about the differences in packaging between the charging station and this being the like information, communications, vision system that goes onto the Yarbo. Okay, this has no corner guards, but it still has this. The packaging is still really nice, near second to none. And so basically, I know sometimes you're probably thinking you can rip these things. These have really, really thick ultrasonic seals, and this is a really thick banding. We sell banding at my day job as part of what our company does. And this stuff is super thick and really expensive stuff, okay? So they really didn't hold anything back on packaging, and that's always a good sign. If you have a company that's willing to package their products right, that usually means that they're proud of their product. They don't want it to get damaged because it's very expensive to replace stuff, okay? And so, I don't know, you can take it for what it's worth. I'm just gonna tell you right now, they're doing a lot of things really well, okay? So we're gonna take a minute to get this stuff off. You don't need to watch us pull that, and we'll come right back. So now we're gonna cut it open, guys. We've got all the straps out of the way, and we'll see what this is. This is, like I said, this is kind of like the information, technical, kind of like the eyes and
smart assistant
smart
module.
assistant portion of it. Oh, sweet.
Wow,
look at
the
this.
packaging
Holy
is
cow.
really nice.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been super impressed with the packaging on this machine. And I can tell you the packaging is a lot better than I got on my lawnmower. It was used.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is some sort of a plaque you can put in your kitchen.
Frame and hang up.
Yep, so we'll just put that there. It's kind of cool, actually.
It is kind of nice.
Okay, and then we have a manual, user's manual. Okay. So guys, if you ever need a full manual, check out the links in the video description below. You can use those. You don't have to buy them if you go there, but you know, you can find out all sorts of information about this product. This is what it looks like. This is the portion we're looking at right here that kind of sticks in there. Now keep in mind, this thing is also capable of quite literally towing vehicles like boats and stuff. There are different accessories that you can get, okay? And the accessories are going to, oh, look at this. Pretty sweet. Shows you all the assembly instructions. And we haven't even seen this stuff yet. So it's like, for us, this is a big deal because I am really excited about this. And the only reason we haven't gotten to it quicker is because it wasn't really spring until basically a week ago. We've had 2 late spring snowstorms and I got hit by both, and it's a real pain in the neck. So, also, this thing has a mowing deck, it has a snow plow and a snow blower option, I believe.
Has a leaf blower option also. And something else. Lots of stuff. Data center.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I'm just going through real quick just to kind of show what's going on here. This is the data center that comes. The data center is what communicates the Wi-Fi information to the device. Now this can be mounted on a building or it can be mounted on a pole or whatever. In our case, we're probably gonna do something that's fairly temporal until we're comfortable with it. I'm a little bit concerned about this too because of the directionality of this type of device. Our house is going to potentially block access to the communications getting to both sides of the yard or all sides of the yard. So it is possible we'd have to have more than one of these, and I don't know if you can have more than one. So as you can see, it's showing routers and network connections and all this stuff. So you'd have to provide your network connection. Now, I'm not sure if they provide for a SIM card or anything like that in this mower, but we will talk about that in some level of detail. So it looks like they want okay, so we'll go through all this as we do the unbox build radio setup. It looks like they provide some conduit. That's what that stuff was, guys. I couldn't tell from just pulling it out of the packaging, but this is like a trip guard / protection for where the cable passes. And then this bigger piece goes over the end to protect where the connection is made. It's like a water wash and also a protection so you don't trip over it. And then the machine itself doesn't unplug the charging pad. So super exciting. Seems like they've thought about a lot of things, which is pretty awesome. And then it looks like you can charge it with the charger as well, as opposed to having to use the provided charging pad in our application, okay? So pretty cool. It is a tracked machine rather than a wheeled machine. That might make a difference to some people's situation. So there's an application that you can control it with. Oh, look at that, they're pulling. That's so dang cool. How awesome would that be? And then the auto patrol. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Okay, Okay, so the follow me, oh, that is so cool. All right, maintenance guide. Okay. Pretty simple stuff so far. Looks like that must be the tow hitch.
Cool.
Yep, that is so sweet. Now you do have to, unfortunately, choose between some of these options. It's not gonna be like the tractor where you've got a billion things that are mounted simultaneously to it, but it's pretty exciting. And then warranties are listed here, which is kind of cool. So the warranty period. Now this is a pretty expensive thing. You're gonna wanna make sure it has a warranty. But just remember, warranty is only as good as the company offering it. So if you find out from watching this video that this thing sucks big time, then you might want to take that into consideration. And the other thing too is warranty is only as good as a company that's still in business, okay? So let's see how things turn out for Yarbo. All right, here it is. Okay, so this is all the smart stuff. So this will probably actually be opened up totally at the end, because this is stuff that we don't necessarily want to have out yet. We've got some antennas here. So that is going to be for the high RTK antennas. Then we've got some, they have nice labels on all of this stuff. Okay, so some more mounts. These are going to be concrete anchor mounts, wedge style concrete anchors. Now that's only going to work on concrete that's at least that thick, okay? So if you're putting it on top of pavers or something like that, you probably have to get some like Tapcons or something different, okay? And then some hardware for mounting, and then lots of little equipment like this. Toe screws. Okay, that'd be for wood nails for mounting nails.
An interesting wood nail.
Okay. And then what do we have here? We have the clip for hollow antenna for data center, okay? And then we have these little things, which are going to be used to help your network patch cables reach and secure them. Then some more nails here, as you can see. Spares. Okay. All right, so that's pretty sweet. I'm actually going to put them back into this container. Now, this must be a vertical T-shaped. Yep, I didn't realize that at first, but now I know. This would be a bracket for wall installation. It's got a set screw point there. Pretty sweet. And guys, this looks really high quality. That's what I can say for sure. So this is the low RTK antenna mounts that are going to go with these things. Okay, I should put it with that. This has a regular AC plug. And then we have a shorter RJ45 to RJ45 connection. Looks like they supplied a Cat 5e cable. As you can see, it's Cat 5e. So if you are concerned about super ultra high speed, a Cat 6 would be better and a Cat 5 would be worse, okay? So this is a really, and these are nice ends, but you can always terminate those with your own stuff. This is probably PoE rated. It's 26 gauge or 26 American wire gauge. And it looks like this one is Cat 5e as well, okay? So if you have a Cat 5e cable, and this is a pretty long cable, I'm guessing that's about 100 foot long, okay? You might need to supplement that. You might not need as much, but you should be able to cut the end and re-terminate. Just make sure you match the colors, okay? And so if you look at this, these are antennas, okay? For the actual device, it looks like this is the hollow antenna rover for rover. And that's the antenna for the data center. And then this one is the RTK antenna for data center, okay? So there's lots of little standoffs. We've got some more nails here. Grass pegs, okay? Which is weird. I swear they already gave us some of that stuff. Oh, but that's if you decide to use this to hold it down. And then they send a whole set of tools here, guys. Wow. And I mean, they even sent a ratchet. Are you kidding me? It's a ratchet that's got a designated driver on it. What the heck? I've never seen such a thing in my life, and I work on industrial equipment. Pretty cool. And then, of course, the charger. Now, let's look at the charger. Let's pull this one out. This, of course, is going to be what goes into the Yarbo. So it's got this, and yes, it's got the same kind of, the style of connection that can be rebuilt, which is really nice, actually, guys. Okay, so if you need to, you can disassemble this. You should be able, I'm not gonna totally disassemble that. AC to DC adapter. Looks like it is 42 volts at 7.7 amps, so about 323.4 watts, okay? So that's the charger. It goes to a standard AC plug in our application. Now, I assume that when they ship these to non-American customers, they're gonna have different setups, but I don't know that for a fact, so I don't wanna speak to what I'm not sure about. So I would just do your due diligence if you're outside of the country. And then I'm gonna pick this up and see if that's everything. Before I do that, I'm gonna grab this. Okay, so right here is a plug. See that plug? Okay, and then this is the front, I believe. Press to remove. Press what? Oh, so you can see there's a, show them, point at it.
Oh yeah, there.
See that?
Releasing. Okay.
Pretty sweet. Looks pretty straightforward. And then of course this is going to latch on with a pretty big latch. And then 2 more cameras. I'm gonna wipe that with the base of my hand so that I don't get grease and stuff on there. And then there's a light here. Okay, so this I am gonna lay back in here. I just wanna see if there's anything under here. I don't think there is.
Just pull the corner of the box.
Nope, there's not.
Okay.
Okay, so then I wanna come over to this side for just a quick second. So it says standard pull for data center, okay? Standard pull for data center. And it says extension pull for data center. So it looks like one of these, it's got a yellow mark on it. They don't go together. There's a relief cutout on this.
Is that with that T thing? If you need to extend it, do they both fit into that?
Yeah, I think so. Because look, it's got quick detaches. And I don't know which way this is supposed to go yet, because I'd have to do a little bit of reading probably. But it looks like this one is capped off in case you don't need it. So it looks like this would be 3 pulls. And they've got this rubbery material. It's really nice actually. But yeah, it's really heavy duty. If you guys look at that, it's made of steel.
Is that the toe?
Oh,
hitch?
Is it a tow hitch? Maybe that is a tow hitch.
Just because the directions were in there
It just
for that.
doesn't have a ball hitch. Because look, the safety chains would go here and the ball hitch would go to one of these.
Yeah.
I have a ball hitch right here. I wonder if my ball hitch would line up. Let's look at my ball hitch. Oh geez, that's so heavy. Oh buddy, yeah, that goes through. So that at least gives you an idea of what to expect. And it does look like this. There's just different configurations for this whole setup, okay? So when we get to the point where we know how all this is gonna go together, we're gonna come back and revisit this. But this is, after all, an unbox build radio setup. Now, what that means for us when we do an airplane is we're gonna unbox the plane, we're gonna build it, we're gonna set up the radio, and we're gonna get you guys out of the chair and into the air as successfully as possible, okay? But just remember, this is new for us too, and so we're gonna work through it in such a way that when we're all said and done, you'll be able to follow along and do the things you need to do. But we're gonna try to break up the video in such a way that you can skip ahead to where you need the help, okay? So the camera crew is gonna feverishly work to do that and try to hit our release deadlines, okay? So with respect to the next box, we're gonna get the straps cut off and come right back. All right, so we started by cutting this one up, and I just wanted to point out that this shows on the package that it's got a lift top on it. And so the corner guards and everything got to get cut off, and then this thing should pop off. But my guess is this is the one that actually has the Yarbo in it, okay? But we're up at height now because I need to make room in my garage to be able to open my doors, okay? So I'm sort of regretting the order that we did this because this should have been on a flat surface. My suggestion is put it on a flat surface, okay? So without further ado, you might not want to have it on top of something else is what I'm getting at, okay? So we'll pull this open. We'll leave this just like that, and then we'll start unpacking it, okay? Wow, very cool, look at this. That is the thing.
Cool.
That is super cool. So more corner guards. Again, what I like to do with super expensive things, I keep packaging in case there's a massive problem, I can send it back. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm not saying that we'll have a massive problem, but I am saying that's the way I do it, okay? So, need help? We're just a call or an email away, okay? So then they include their support at yarbo.com, okay? So we got the sides, very well protected. It's like what we see all the time on, what does this say, data center? Oh, so the data center, the data center would be here. I think our sticker just got goofed up. Okay, so that comes off, and then this comes off.
Wait, there's something in there.
That is the data center. That's why they had a label, okay? So I just happen to be standing on the wrong side. Okay, so this says POEWAN. POEWA double, that's LAN. So local area network, world area network. I'm not sure what WAN meant. And then look, my seal is screwed up here. So I'm gonna actually fix that right now because I don't wanna forget about that. That gasket was displaced, over displaced on the strain relief. So I'm gonna go back to where it's tight, but not too tight, and then keep that pinched so the gasket works. There's our pole mount. There's our earth ground. So you want an earth ground. They've got RTK, everything's labeled, it's all coming together. I'm kind of not really sure why this came in there instead of in here, because it seems to me it would have made a little better sense to be over there. But again, not a big deal. Also, it's gonna make better sense because look, remove before use, okay? So that basically just holds the antenna so it doesn't drop back down into the hole, okay? Because if you're shipping this from wherever they're shipping it from, it's not impossible that that would fall back down in there. And yes, this is a dust cap on that little coax cable, okay? So you are gonna be removing that.
Okay.
All right, so as you can see, we got it unboxed to where we can pick it up, and there's a big handle on either side. So camera crew and I, do you want me to film while you do this, or do you think you can handle it? Okay, maybe.
Wait, just let me do it with my right hand if we're just walking towards me.
Yep, walk towards you and then let it down. Okay, and I'm just gonna tell you guys, that was heavy. Like it was just enough that we could barely get it. So that is legit, okay? And I gotta say, just first impressions of what it looks like. First of all, it looks totally sweet.
It looks really cool.
And second of all, it's got speakers in there. What? There's multiple speakers in here. Shine the camera crew.
What?
Yeah, there's speakers in there.
There is, I see them.
That is so cool. And I'm gonna use this, by the way, if you guys don't have like a gardening pad for kneeling on, this stuff works awesome for it. And I'm dead serious. Camera crew's giving me the stink eye right now. But the truth is, I'm gonna take the camera. I wanna show you guys in here. Okay, so there's one of the cameras. Look at that. One of the cameras. Oh, linear actuator. Holy crap, I swear that's the same linear actuator on our hay baler, Megan.
Probably.
And then look, we got all those big connectors. I don't even know what those are, but they're like XT90-ish looking. And I'm trying to get the focus here for you. See what I'm talking about down there, guys? And then speakers, not just one, but two. And then lots of connectors up on the top. And then down here, we've got these mounts, okay, which is pretty sweet. And then there's a stainless steel zip tie here. I don't know what that's for, or maybe that's just a label. Could be a ground strap, kind of weird. And then there's some sort of a label. Here's another camera. And then there is, so that data center, that's not supposed to be there. I'm sorry, folks, that was my bad. I shouldn't have been so rash with my decision making because now I have a sticker. Hey, camera crew, use your nails, see if you can get that. No?
Yep, I got it.
Yes, good. Okay, so as you can tell, there's a lot going on here. And then there's two more cameras up front. This thing, pull, and then that opens up and there's connections for whatever's going on the front. Okay, it's pretty sweet. Obviously lights all around. So it's getting pretty real. So I'm super excited for this. Now, we wanted to get the Unbox Build radio setup done, but here's the thing. I still don't even know where the stinking battery goes. Last box, for us, it's gonna be the Mower attachment, okay? Now for you, it might be a snowblower, it might be some sort of a snowplow or something they haven't designed or released yet as of the time of our filming this video. And so if you have questions about something that you don't see in this video, leave in the comments below. Obviously, we're gonna be working with Yarbo, and if we get an opportunity to work with them on a snowplow or something like that, or a snowblower, that's really a big deal because if you guys see how much we already clear, we have a snowblower, excuse me, we have a snowplow, and we usually plow a lot. And it's gonna be way more now. And I don't know if it's gonna be something where it will go out and just kind of keep up with stuff and do maintenance, or if it's just gonna be we're only gonna use it for mowing. So we'll let you know as soon as we find out. All right, so the Yarbo cutting portion is in this box right here. We've gotten everything, but it looks like the camera crew forgot one guard. So this one did come protected with guards. We already take those all off in the straps. This one had a little bit more damage than the other packages, and I think it might have something to do with just general weight, but I think this is still considerably lighter than the actual bot. So not sure why that was. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna mount to anything on the product, but that's why we do unboxes, especially on big expensive stuff like this, okay? So, as you can see, oh, cool. Okay, so quick start guide. So that was in the bottom box. It comes with, good Lord. Like a nice screwdriver. Look at that. There you go.
Yeah.
So that's nice. I always love it when they give us good tools. Okay, and then we have a little bag, or a box rather, with a bunch of individual.
Oh, blades.
Oh yeah. Sweet. Okay. And then what's this? Like a cover? Okay, so we'll pull this stuff out. Obviously there's manuals. We'll have to look through those. We kind of stacked our stuff over here.
Yep. Put that screwdriver with it.
Yeah, good idea.
Too.
And then we can keep unpacking. Now, obviously there's gonna be assembly involved in this Unbox Build radio setup. We're working on the Unbox right now. Piece of neoprene, sort of rubbery finish. Feels stout and strong, probably washable. I'm pretty sure I know where that's gonna go, but I don't wanna say until I know for certain. So we'll just lay that over here for now. And then pull this out over the top. Is there anything on there? Feels heavy on that side. Is it just the foam?
It's just a lot of foam.
Okay. So guys, this thing is legit. I mean, it's like palpable amount of foam.
Yeah.
And this is like the strong foam. It's not the light duty stuff. Like you could run over it with a truck and then it would just go back to shape immediately. It's not like one of the airplanes that we review. So now as you can see, this has kind of a front load design. This is gonna actually be mounted over there, okay? So I'm actually gonna slide it, if that's okay. Yeah, let's do that.
I think in that first instruction manual that you had, it recommended cutting like down the sides of the box and just like flopping the box open.
Oh,
to get it out.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea, but we've got more guards in here. So these guards help to bear the weight vertically if somebody were to throw this thing inside of the packaging truck. Or we have had a lot of packaged items from a lot of places in the world, and we've had a pretty fair amount of damage over the years in doing this YouTube channel. I don't think that people are gonna tend to damage this product much, and if they do, they worked hard at it. Okay, so we'll just cut this end, then we're gonna cut this one here. Okay, so once that's cut, drops down, and then we basically have a ramp. Okay, so let's look over here. Right here, this protects the connection point, which ironically is about the only place that has a little bit of minor wear and tear on it, only because this was maybe just not really the best designed box. It wasn't ever fully assembled, it looks like. So then this goes right there. Now let's look really close. Protections. This is where all this stuff is gonna go through and latch onto itself, okay? And then this is the connection that's gonna bring the power from the Yarbo over to the whatever it happens to be. And then this pin, whenever you see these key pins, okay, so I'm super picky about this. That's actually the way they're supposed to be stored so that they are less likely to interfere. And the problem is if they get down like this, they're allowed to get into weird positions. So I like to force them into this position, which is easier said than done. If you're on camera, it immediately will not work. I just don't like it being upside down. So something like that, okay? And this is a linear actuator, so this whole assembly pivots, which is pretty cool, and it pivots on this, which is what bears the weight. And it looks like there's a pretty substantial, this is a milled pin, top, bottom, and top and bottom. And then it just basically connects right there. So I honestly, I'm assuming that, oh, so that's got like a spring load, like a spring to it, okay? This says Yarbo lawnmower. Model is a 2429, so it must be 24 by 29. And it says 10 amps at 36 volts is the input voltage. And then up front, look, there should be some cameras and stuff on there. Do you want me to just cut the other side so you can see? And there's a giant snack pack in there. Show the people the giant snack pack.
That'll keep you full for quite a while.
Until you go to the hospital.
Goodness gracious.
That is giant. Those are good though. Desk kit packs like that are very helpful. They're to be kept into perpetuity.
Of course.
Till the end of time.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so as you can see, the dual front-facing cameras, I'm gonna just go ahead and take that off now. And then this, I'm not sure where that adapts, but it looks like this is probably going to go somewhere on this assembly here.
Oh, over the handle.
See this? There's a safety, like a delatch. So that lifts up the locking mechanism. Then this could hypothetically, when you get it all put back together, I assume this can go down here, okay? And then you can actuate the locking mechanism. Huh, okay. So the reason they didn't have that installed is because it would have got all screwed up by the box. Okay, so if you want to move this, I'm going to tip it over. Just throw caution to the wind here, guys. Ooh, there's another snack
More
pack.
snacks.
Let's just show you upside down what it looks like. Don't get cut. There are blades under here. I'm going to flip it upside down. Okay, so what do we have? We have giant casters. They're pretty thin. I wish those were wider. And then we have this, which allows the grasses to pass through. And then we have tiny, teensy little blades. So this is like a drum mower application, okay? So a drum mower spins at really incredibly high speeds, and I'm assuming these are counter-rotating, and they're gonna swing this out, and the centrifugal force will hold them out tight, like that. And then it knocks down and cuts blades. So like if you hit a chunk of wood or something, it's not gonna cut it, but you have to see the clearance between this and that is not much. So I'm curious to see how that's gonna work. And this is gonna get really dirty under here too. So I'm not sure how the bearings are gonna hold up on this. Ooh, that's not very tight. Do you see that? Is it supposed to be like that?
Maybe for,
Oh,
so it can go over bumps and stuff.
yeah, I wonder if there's supposed to be a spring or something installed. Anyway, like I said, another snack back in here. So they have done a really nice job. I mean, this thing is well packaged. It looks like it's extremely well built. Now, is it gonna work for our application? That's yet to be seen. I'm very hopeful that this product is gonna work great. I mean, they obviously know how to package it, which is good.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, a lot of the stuff we get from China isn't even packaged well. So that's a good starting point. That being said, our next part of this video is gonna be where we start putting things together. I think it's gonna go really quick, but we have to charge the batteries on this thing. And I don't even know where the batteries are. So we're gonna dig into that and we'll come back and show you exactly what we did. All right, so we recognize that we kind of need to take a second and do our initial kind of like put the pieces together so we can charge the dang thing setup, okay? So as you can see, we've cleaned up a little bit from the last box, which was the mower. And now I wanna show you two things. One, I can pick this up, I can move it. It's just not, it's not gonna be fun to move, okay? Not under its own power.
And the battery's not in it yet.
The battery's not in it, which is gonna make it worse. And that thing's not on it, which is, that thing's heavy.
Yeah.
So check this out. So right here, we have to lift this lid off, right? So as you can see, that is where the battery goes. Remember that plug?
Yes.
Okay. Physical controller and controller holder and controller power adapter, okay? So we never actually unboxed this portion, and that's because I didn't know where it was, okay? So I'm gonna just put this here. I'm gonna lay this down. So this is important because we're Brian Phillips RC. Also, full disclosure, this thing was loose on the floor. It's clearly from this device and it says B.
Okay.
And it's a neoprene, show them, since you don't have gloves. Okay, so real quick, before we keep going, this is the physical controller that comes back. It's got a Y, X, A, and B. It's got a button, turns it on. It's got a button that turns it off. Okay. I don't know how to turn it back off, actually. It's got a trigger, momentary, light, this, and it's got, looks like game controller, and then I'm not sure what that is. Ooh, and then there's another one back here. I don't know what that does.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure if that's a button or what, but it's there, so I wanted to point it out. So as you can see, forward, left, right, you can see some flashing. Okay, so it's off now. Okay, cool. So that has a USB-C cable, and it comes with a USB-A to USB-C, so you can charge it with your standard, wall charger. And then I'm assuming that you could also use this to have a wired connection to a computer too, because this should work as a human machine interface or an HMI, okay? So again, don't want to say that for certain because I haven't tried it yet, but I do plan to try it if we are done with the setup. Now this also comes with a clamp, and this clamp is going to potentially provide a place to hold your phone. Now why would you need to hold your phone? Is this device is designed with a smart app as well. Now I haven't even gotten the smart app. I don't know how this clips in yet. There's a release here and a release here, okay? It comes from the, you see this? This little thing is toothed.
Oh, yes.
So I need to come down here. How the heck do you do that? I really want to put this on though. There it goes. So it's snapped down, okay? So then you can still, while that's snapped on, which is, again, they've thought through this whole process better than like virtually everybody we've worked with on something like this, because that still goes in while it's holding. Now this is gonna limit how big of a phone you can have. So I'm just gonna simulate, I have a Samsung Galaxy S9, and I just wanna see if it will hold the weight and if it will hold the shape and size. That's my Galaxy S9, so it's got plenty of room, and then you can bring that up or down depending on how big it is. But you're not gonna put a tablet on there, folks.
No.
Okay, so I'm just tightening right here, and then I'm tightening right here. And so my hope is that I can actuate the system and do all the things I need without that thing breaking free, because that does make me nervous. That little clip is not super sturdy or strong, but it's strong enough to get the job done as long as you're being careful, okay? So for now, I'm gonna take this off just so I don't accidentally drop it while we're filming, okay? So the other thing is, I don't know if this will plug directly into the device. So what we're gonna do is, while we're charging our batteries, we're also gonna charge this. And then also, we never actually opened this package earlier because it was taped, and I guess it didn't occur to me exactly what the blades look like, but that is definitely the blades. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just show you this real quick. You know what, I'm gonna peel. Camera crew's gonna peel that. Peel that for me. Just get me an edge. Okay, good enough. And then this is gonna open up. Okay. And then that's got a bunch of screws. And those are all blades. See, bunch of them, okay?
Nice.
So I don't know if those blades are gonna be something that wears really fast, but you can see they have a modified screw that has a bearing section up at the top, okay? So it's got that little spot that allows it to slop, okay? So it's very good to have that. And by the way, we have a drum mower that we use to cut our hay. So if you've never seen a drum mower, this is what the blades look like after you've cut hay and dirt and squirrels and snakes and rats and anything else you hit and trees or steel.
Geez, what'd you do to that one?
So all I'm gonna say is this, guys, if you don't know what a drum mower is cutting more grass than you probably can imagine. So like your mower that you have, your 52-inch mowing deck or your 42-inch mowing deck, I guarantee I cut more grass with my drum mower than you do. And that's because drum mowers are an awesome design. And that's exactly what this is. The difference is that one's very small and these ones are very big, okay? So small does not mean it's not gonna work, but there is gonna be a limit, and we do intend to explore those limits. You beat me to it. Okay, so we have to get this thing mounted,
yes. That's
okay?
what we were doing.
So where we left off, this thing was flipped upside down, so I'm just gonna carefully flip it, okay? There's a handle here, and there's a lot of play here, that's designed, okay? Let this back down on the ground, okay? Then this is heavy, but this is heavier. Or excuse me, this is heavier, and that's heavy, okay?
Yes.
So my goal is, I want these clamps up, right?
Yes.
So that we can put the rubber thing on, which we did. We're gonna get it close enough to reach this cable, okay? So that's what I'm gonna do next. So I'm gonna basically grab this and just pull it over. It's actually pretty easy to handle. Then I wanna get this plugged in. So I'm gonna show you the method, so this moves. You're gonna slide it and it'll snap. If you don't trust yourself, turn it and then pull it in. But you gotta get it all the way, and I don't think I have it all the way yet. I don't think that's it. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. You know what? I was in.
Okay.
Okay, so there it is.
Sometimes
so it's in.
you just don't know when you're in the hole.
Okay, so then I'm gonna lift this. I'm gonna put it onto the 2 pins, and then I'm gonna rock it into position. And I don't know if I got it, but I need to probably put these down, and then it'll latch, which it did. Did it? I think it did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's latched
so.
now, okay? So now the head is mounted, okay? Now, just for grins, see how much that moves? Holy cow, that is crazy amount of play.
It's supposed to handle some pretty big, like, undulations.
It's gonna be
in
handling
here.
undulations.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm kind of dying to get it going. I really, really, really foolishly want to do it without reading through the manual, but I'm not gonna do that. So our next move is we're gonna grab the battery and put it in just to see if we can negotiate to the charging pad. All right, so we realized we're gonna put the battery in because, you know, you can't really charge the battery if it's not in the thing. So it slides in, it only goes one way. If you go the wrong way, you won't reach. Okay, so you're gonna just drop it in carefully. Okay, just like that. And then get your fingernail under there and lift that up. And then this is gonna get plugged in, okay? So it's plugged in, then that just sits on top. Make sure it's all the way in. And then there's an anti-theft cover latch. You guys see this right there? There's screws that you can use if you're worried about theftings, okay? So I'm just gonna stick this in the hole. Wait, does it go the other way? It goes the other way. It goes this way first. Or does it snap down? It snaps down. Okay. Okay, so then you just pull that off from under here. But you can put the anti-theft screws in if you're concerned about thefts. Okay? Now keep in mind, when this is operational, there's cameras on all sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras. Okay? Also, we brought our charging pad in here just because we figured it'd be easier to kind of screw around in here and get things set up. So that's our goal, is to get it charging. Now, if you don't want to put it on a charging pad or you didn't buy the charging pad, I'm going to show you real quick how to actually charge it. So I'm going to show you the whole process here. That's what we do on Brian Phillips RC. Up you go, down you go, okay? And this is where the charge plug is, okay? So you see that plug? It's got a neoprene lashing thingy, and then it goes like that, and you can press it back on. You don't spin it on. So then this doesn't go there because it's the wrong type of plug, okay? So does it go here? Nope, it doesn't go there either. So where the heck do you plug this thing in?
Is there an adapter for the charging?
Oh, did they give us a separate charger?
Yes, that other
charger. It's a totally different charger, guys. So that's why we do these unbox build radio setups, because we screw them up and then we show you what not to do. So really what we're gonna do is, this is always gonna be dedicated to this pad, okay? And that is because this doesn't have an adapter. It is AC directly in, okay? So now we've all learned together on Brian Phillips RC. That's the way that goes. I'm gonna drop that around, and then that's ready to rock and roll. Okay, so I'm gonna just push this all the way onto this pad. And then if we wanted to charge this right now, we'd have to open this. So we're gonna get our stuff out of the way and do it. All right, so this is the one that we had just kind of left packed up right here. And that is evidently, that's the one. Okay, so let's show down here how this works. This is gonna be more like what we've seen on our e-bikes in the past. And you just pull this down. It's really easy. And this will snap on. Okay? So then that's gonna allow us to charge this in the meantime while we get ready to actually deploy the connections for all of the rest of the controls. All right, so we have this plugged in now, and the adapter is plugged into AC power. Ah, yes, look, we have,
wow.
Look, lights. Ooh, cooling fans. Ooh, that farted.
It picked up the thingy.
Did it?
Yeah. see?
Well.
And it went from red lights to green lights.
Oh, that is so cool. So it moved back and forth
Now
with
it's
the
blue.
rocking mechanism.
Yes.
Okay, so so it's picked up level now. Look.
Oh yeah, it leveled
See?
it.
You can stick your foot under there. You know what's nice about this too? Did you guys pay attention when I flipped it upside down, how far up you'd have to stick your hand to get cut? I'm not testing yet, believe me. But you'd have to work.
Ready to work.
Oh.
Evidently it talks.
Okay.
And it speaks better English than most of our contacts that send stuff like this. So that's pretty exciting. Okay, so this is here. That's where we're gonna charge it normally. But obviously ours has been sitting, it's been shipped. I wanna get it charged up. I wanna get it fully charged. And we also wanna charge the handheld controller. So we're gonna work on that, and then we'll come back and we'll finish this video very soon, guys. So the unbox, build, and radio setup, there's a little bit of a mix at the end. but we are gonna try to separate things out so it all makes sense and you can follow along in your own unboxing when you get your Yarbo lawn mowing equipment, or whatever it is. If you're doing it for snow plowing,
Ready to work.
it's eager to work. So pretty exciting. We cannot wait to use this thing. It's kind of killing me to wait for batteries, but that's exactly what we're gonna do now. So guys, thanks for watching. If you want to support Brian Phillips RC, look no further than the links in the video description below. You can help support Yarbo and the different companies that we work with over the years, whether it be a cat tree stand, what is this thing called?
Cat tree.
Or a leaf blower, which by the way, we've used that millions of times. We used it literally in the filming of this video and we love it. It is awesome. The only thing I wish I had was another battery and a docking station that charged while the battery was in it. But otherwise we love that thing. We're hopefully gonna love this way more, but it's considerably more expensive, so it better be good. All right, so that being said, if you wanna support us in other ways, we also have Patreon for monthly support, YouTube members for monthly support, YouTube super thanks for one-time donations, and PayPal, as well as a PO box if you like sending checks. If you don't wanna be part of those clubs, we totally understand and appreciate that. But at the end of the day, the biggest thing you can do is watch the videos, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, smash a like button when you do see something from Brian Phillips RC, because we're gonna try to get you from the chair and into the air, or in this case, from the chair, looking out your window, mowing the lawn while it's raining because your wife told you to do it while it was raining, or when it was sunny and beautiful and you wanted to go fly planes instead. So that's one other thing I wanna do with this, is see if I can run it from inside, because it'll be super fun. I mean, it's gonna be semi-autonomous, don't get me wrong, but I still wanna be able to run it while I would normally not be outside, like when it's really hot, or when it's crappy, or when I'm all broke out from whatever allergic reaction I had most recently. All right, so we have this Yarbo transmitter here, and on the back of it, we also have our cell phone mount that's gonna help you hold if you're using the cell phone application. But right here, I just wanted to point out one detail. This is gonna be flipped to the controller side here if you wanna use the controller, or here if you wanna use a smart device, okay? So if you're on the controller side, that's where you're gonna use to actually control the Yarbo with this transmitter, okay? Now look, when you plug this in, full disclosure, this did not come with this little Ruco 65 watt charger, so that's what we're using. And you don't have to have such a big, complicated charger. And then this plugs in through the USB-C plug. And there is a small spot, I'm gonna try to make it so you can see, and you can see those flashing lights, but camera crew is trying to get you an angle. It's really hard to see the angle.
Wait, I see him.
Right there. There is no easy way to see that. And yes, with the mount off, you also can't see it, or barely can see it. So you don't have to take off the mount to see that it's charging. But the first time I tried to plug this in to charge it, I couldn't tell if it was taking or if maybe it was broken or something. It just is hidden well, okay? So if you're trying to figure that out about your Yarbo transmitter for your lawnmower or snowblower or whatever feature you're using it for, doesn't really matter. It's gonna be used the same way. All right, so we have this Yarbo data center, and this is gonna be basically an RTK, Bluetooth, and halo, different signals that are gonna work to communicate with this robotic mower instead of the GPS connection or whatever it needs to do its navigation. It's a backup plan, a fail-safe, if you will, okay? So on this system, it comes with some different brackets. There's different brackets that will adapt onto here. You'll notice there's a big spring inside of here that makes this pin move, okay? And that holds pressure so you can slide this into the different mount systems. There's also a ground clamp here to make an earth ground if you would need that. I highly doubt we're gonna put an earth ground on this, but I suppose if you mount it really high on the side of your house, you might wanna have an earth ground, I guess. I don't know. My professional expertise says if lightning strikes, you're screwed, so you might as well not do anything. It's a huge waste of time, but that's just my opinion. Okay, right here, that's thing. We gotta get antennas installed. Obviously, we're gonna be using this thing for localized control and also to set up some go, no-go zones so we can demonstrate how it works, and we're also gonna drive it around a little bit, which is pretty cool. And we've got down here, we've got these antennas, 1, 2, and 3, okay? So we have to actually install those antennas, and they're all in this accessory box. Now, I hadn't actually pulled this out in our Unbox build radio setup portion, the Unbox portion, and this is a PoE injector, so power over Ethernet, and this says local area network, LAN. So you're gonna take a cable from your local area network. They do provide the cable. This is a long 30-meter cable, so 120 feet, okay? And then this is the shorter cable that they provide. So this one's gonna go to your LAN in most cases, and it'll go from the local area network to the PoE injector, and then the PoE injector will go out to the device. But either way, we've got a long cable. The long cable takes us out to that thing, and then this is all powered and self-contained inside of your house. It's got this short power cable. So anybody who's had Starlink knows exactly what this does, because this is basically the power supply for the system that's gonna be mounted on the side of your house. Now you can do ground mount or you can do up high. They want 120 degrees of clearance to the sky, okay? So like from where this is, 120 degrees, just imagine 90 degrees would be 180 degrees. So you need less than that. So if you do 60 times 2, so you'd be about 2/3 of that, okay? So it's like this, okay? That's gonna give you your 120 degrees. It's a little bit steeper than 90 degrees flat, obviously, okay? So we've got all these different things. I'm just pulling them out as we go. But the first thing we need to do is also, I was looking at this while we were off camera. This hitch adapter has a screw that passes through. I thought this was like rubber. That's all steel. Look how easy it is to mount this. So if you want to use that as a hitch, you've got your safety chain hooks, and you've got the holes for 2 different size threaded, not threaded, but ball hitches or pin hitches. You can do the style like you have on a lawnmower where you just drop a pin through, or you can do the style where you've got a ball hitch, which is pretty cool. And there is a little bit of a lip there, and I'll show it with a shadow on purpose. So you can see there's a difference in the top and bottom plate that's welded. So this is really strong, but it is still really thin and reasonably light. Okay, so that's gonna come and go with some applications, but then also, I hadn't even connected the dots that this thing is actually in place of the mower, should you want to run this as just a tow apparatus. And we were joking off camera, we said, it would be so cool, you could hook this up to a trailer, you could put chairs on the trailer and pull yourself around, it'd be super cool. So we're gonna try that sometime. But this whole mower comes off, and then you can install this instead, and you'll have your forward-facing cameras, and you're gonna have some of your other stuff. So this isn't really so much a data kit, as much as it is, it's gonna fill the hole on the front of the machine. Okay, now the reason we show you that is because I didn't understand what it was at the time. And then also on the sides, they give you these additional guards, which are basically replacement choices, okay? And those are gonna go on if you need to do snow operations. They do look like they're already guarded, but they're guarded with a different material. So those are steel, okay? So now depending on how you mount to your house or your building or however you're doing it, these different bars are gonna slide together. And then if you're mounting like an L style, this thing's gonna mount to like say the face of your house, and then you've got your eave or the gable end of your building over here, then this can go up and then it can have the device mounted, so that you get your 120 degrees of clearance to the sky, okay? So you can also just use this to mount it vertical on the ground, okay? So it really doesn't matter to Yarbo how you do it. So in our case, you see this? This can slide like that. And there is, I haven't quite figured out how these little clippy doohickeys work, but it looks like they go like that. And then you can actually run screws through as well, okay? So then that allows the wires to exit, and this acts as a conduit, okay? By which your wires will pass, okay? So then same thing here, and this depends on your application. Everybody's applications could be a little different. So the camera crew and I are concerned, we don't want to show all the ins and outs of our install because it may be totally different from you. You got 2 different screws and then a 3rd different screw, okay? And then this goes down and you see how it creates an opening, okay? So if you're careful and you look right there, you can see how that screw lines up when it passes. That keeps that opening opened so that the wire can exit without compromising and cutting off your cable when this spins, okay? Now, our next move that's really critical for our application, I like that vertical mount, hon. That's probably what we're gonna do. Also, that simplifies things too, guys, because if you don't need to use this little T adapter, which I'll show this real quick. This will allow you to make it taller without adding a lot of complexity. But the thing about it is, you see, where do you clip it? You don't clip it. At that point, you would run up and use screws instead. But you see, you can still use this if you want to. Either way, it's just designed to actually clip into a different apparatus, okay? But the idea is you can have that mounted here as well, okay? So there's 3 or 4 different ways that you can organize this to actually get, see, you can actually get everything where it needs to be. And I just wanted to show a few of those. This is not necessarily going to be correct for your application, but either way, you've got generally, this would be, I want to line up the holes. This would be something like that, okay? So you can mount this out and then make this go up, and then it would hang face out and away from the house, for instance. So if it's on the gable end of your structure, like ours is over there, it would mount out there and it would cover more of the yard, okay? And it would also receive signal from upstairs better as well. But in our case, I think we're just gonna probably go straight down to the ground. So yeah, and the other thing too is this is just a standard Cat 5 cable, Cat 5e in this case. And I think we mentioned that earlier in the Unbox build radio setup portion where we open the box, okay? So if you look at these cables, you can tell, I don't know if they did AT&T B, but you can see orange with light, then orange. Looks like orange with light, then orange. We've got brown and then brown with white. So it looks like AT&T B, okay? So if you have to rebuild this connector, you should be able to rebuild a standard RJ45 connection, okay? So when you're getting ready to set this up, that says PoE. And I'll reconfirm that in the quick start guide, because the quick start guide does go over most of these steps, okay? So when you're looking at this, it does it talk about that here? Yeah, so you're 120 degrees of clearance. I'm gonna try to get where I'm not like shining light right on this. Oh, so you see that there? Connect the Ethernet cable to the WAN port and tighten the gland by screwing it in, okay? Push the black rubber plug into the gland. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, we're just going to the WAN port. There's different ways to mount stuff, as you can see. Okay, see that? And that's one bracketry mount that you can use. Or you can mount it to a house on the top of the roof, or you can do a horizontal mount, or you could do a ground mount, kind of similar to what we talked about, okay? So that's what I was thinking about doing, is a ground mount. And then they say locate 2-meter long Ethernet cable and connect it to the LAN port of the router. And then from the LAN port, you're gonna go to the LAN. Okay, so then the PoE goes outside. Okay, that's what I was trying to confirm. So they want the PoE to go out to the radio system. So from LAN, it's gonna go to LAN, right? So not the most intuitive thing ever. I guess it does make sense technically, but at the end of the day, this is a PoE injector, so I don't know where it's being injected. So if this is the cable you intend to use, which for us, it's probably gonna be the cable we use until we replace it, but I'm gonna go ahead and just undo this so it can be a giant mess. And I might or might not walk it out, but I just wanna show you, when you pull this cable out, okay, you can actually take it, you can run it up these pipes, which is really nice, okay? But you're gonna wanna do it without things clipped on, and that's what I was gonna show next, okay? Because you're not gonna be able to get it through. See, it hits all the springs. So what do you have to do? You just pop this off, and you have to press it down pretty far. So if you can't get it, I like to press it and then pull tension on it, and then you can press again and then it'll pop out, okay? So once you get that off, you can pass your cable through all the way. Then once your cable's through, watch how you do this. You just lay this over the opening, and then you can re-snap it just like before, okay? See, and then you don't have to worry about damaging the cable, and the cable passes through with ease, okay? So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, and remember, we want that to come out on the POEWAN, okay? So I'll just show you that right now. You're gonna have to tell me if you want that glare or not, hon.
The lighting is good right there. I was trying to shadow.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop this open, and you can see there's a plug in there. So you have to pull this plug out, just a pressure fit, and then you're left with this gland with a small orifice. So I'm gonna take the plug, I'm gonna keep it in case we have to redo things. And then the second thing I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna undo this, and I can actually put this back on temporarily. I'm gonna undo this, don't lose your gasket material. That gasket needs to stay on there. And then you can see right there, look at your plug, okay? Pretty sweet. Okay, so when you get these things opened up, there's 2 or 3 ways to do this. In my experience, it's always a pain no matter what you do, okay? But this is a Cat 5 terminated RJ45 cable. So this is the cable itself is Cat 5, the termination is RJ45. So you can press that, get that pushed down, and then sometimes you get lucky and it'll go through. Other times you gotta really open that orifice. And it looks like this time we're gonna have to open the orifice. So the best way to open an orifice is, if you can't pass it through, would be to take it off and you can cut this. It looks like they've already scored it for us. So you see that? If it lets you through, go through. If it doesn't let you through, separate the orifice like this, pass your wire roughly through, okay? You gotta sometimes press the tab to get them to pass through. Don't break your tabs off. The locking tab will be critical later to keep a solid connection. Just speaking of physical, not electrical connections here. Then this is gonna go back in to the gland, to the strain relief, okay? And that's gonna actually be what sandwiches down as you tighten this onto the strain relief, okay? So then what you can do is you can take your router, or whatever, this is a router basically, as far as I can tell. You can see the tab is gonna go up, okay? Tab's gonna go up, so just take your cable, pull as much through as you need. Make sure you got your gasket on there. Snap it in, then very carefully slide this up and just start screwing it on. Don't screw this, screw this. The body needs to go in first. If you can't handle it, take that off first and then just work it by hand. Now remember, this is not gonna torque down really tight. If you get too tight, that seal will compromise and it'll bunch up and then you won't get a decent seal. That's also gonna act as a bit of kind of like a lock washer, okay? Because you've got a little bit of friction on both sides, okay? Now as this goes down, it's gonna pucker that hole, and that's gonna create a weather tight seal. This is not a submarine, guys. Don't tempt fate. It will get water in it if you try hard enough, okay? So you see that nice big drip loop. It doesn't need to be that big, but that's pretty good size. And then you can bring most of this back in. And then what I would maybe do is something like this, where I cheat just like a little tiny bit of a 45. If it'll go up in there, you just don't want to kink it so much that you damage a cable. But what works really nice, if you can do it, is once you get it to the right length, press it in, pull this back. Now watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take and put like a little tiny bit of a kink in there just to chase up into that. You see how I got it up in that cavity? Look, now watch what happens. Now it's gonna stay there and it won't pop out, okay? So then if you want this to be repositioned so it looks nice, you can loosen this all the way up, and then you can kind of give it a twist on the cable itself, and then you can torque this back down. It'll actually bite that in that new found position, okay? So once that's tight, then you're done. Now we gotta get all the antenna stuff on it. But let's say you were running it inside right now and you're like, hey, I just need to know how to do it, Brian. Well, then you're gonna take this other end of this giant long cable, is gonna plug into PoE based on what the instructions said. So then you take this. Now this is gonna inject power going out to that thing. This goes into your wall connector or your switch or your router, okay? And then this is gonna go to your wall jack with AC power. But what we need to do now is, I'm still not 100% sure, And that's the only thing is a bummer is if you know you're coming out the bottom of this, you'd want to run your cable through, but most of us are probably not going to do that. So what needs to happen is that's going to come out the side like that for me because it's going to be a ground mount, okay? Like that for now. Until such a time as we figure out, and the thing I like about this is it's serviceable, so you could change your setup later. And that's pretty cool. I'm glad they thought of that. I'm kind of annoyed I had to think of it because most of the time you would just set this up to communicate to Wi-Fi, and then you'd be able to do that until such a time as you found out you didn't have enough strength on your Wi-Fi, which for most people is going to be almost immediately. That's why they do this, in case you're wondering, okay? All right, so just continuing through this process, you'll notice I put that into the other box just to kind of keep it protected. So now what we're doing is we're just basically getting to the point now where we have to actually start mounting antennas. So I'm going to keep this stored in here. I'm going to keep this stored in here. These are high RTK antenna mounts, okay?
So that goes to that thing, right?
No, it goes to these, doesn't it?
I thought it said lower ones on all of the, well, let's
Okay.
see how many antennas we have.
Well, there's 2 of them like that. And then here's the mounts that go to the Yarbo.
Yes.
Okay, so this part I know. So this bolts for low RTK antenna mounts. Okay, so these go down here. Okay, so the way this works is pretty straightforward. There's 2 of them, okay? Oh, by the way, full disclosure, this is still charging. So that's why we're doing all this now. So that's got your female side of the micro coaxial cable. I don't even know what they're called technically. Okay, same thing here. So one's gonna go there, one's gonna go here, okay? So, and then there's bolts, okay? So the bolts, of course, there's 6 of them, total of 3 on each side. These are hex drive, okay? So that means there's a hex drive on there. I think they're 2 millimeters. They do provide all the tools you need to do it. I'd be lying if I said I know for sure I'm gonna use all the tools they provided and not my own tools. But I'm gonna pull this cap off, okay? I'm gonna take this off, lay that aside, and then this thing needs to go away on this one, okay? So this is kind of like what was in your strain relief. It's just a rubberized gasket, but it's not actually designed for that, it's just temporary. Okay, so that says RTX. Now, this is gonna go onto here. See how I've got this? I gotta thread that on. So be kind of careful because these are coax cables. If you kink this cable, you will destroy it, okay? Torque it on there pretty good. Remember, this is a lawnmower. It's gonna have some vibration, folks. So if you're expecting it to be a nice smooth thing, you're probably expecting too much, okay? Now, I'm gonna tell you this right now. My experience has been, you're not supposed to over tighten these things, and so I can easily over tighten them. But I still wanna make sure I get it without over getting it, okay? Oh yeah, that's tight. So all I did was I used that to hang onto this, and then I turn this whole thing like a knob. Now this drops down, and it just goes wherever it lands is where it goes, see? Then I can take these screws, and I can just drop those in and get those tightened in. We're gonna get the right tool and come back. Okay, so this is where the tools were. It was in this spot here. And these are the antennas, I believe, that go to that. And then this is the antenna that goes to this. So we'll lay this down on the ground next to us. Okay, and then we'll just jump back to this toolkit. So this toolkit comes with all sorts of really actually nice tools. Okay, and this is an Allen wrench. That's number 2, it says. Allen wrench number 2. Okay. So that's definitely the right size. Go up. Okay, so that's tight. Then I'll just do all 3 of these. Now I'm not worried about Loctite or anti-seize or any of that crap because it's really not going to be necessary in this application because this is just holding a cover on. Now, I am concerned about the antenna because the antenna and the antenna base that we just installed, if that comes loose, you lose one of your RTK systems. Okay, so we have to do this to both sides. So we're gonna take a quick second. We're gonna do it to both sides. So we have to remove this tape, hold that so you don't damage it while you're screwing around with it, okay? And I'm just laying this stuff down here. So we can come back to it, pull the little plug thingy. That's just a cover, it's a dust cap, okay? So dust cap. And then this, same thing. You can actually hang on to this pretty good if you want and just screw this on, but just make sure that you get your threads lined up before you force the issue, okay? So you can see once that gets pretty tight, then that makes it a little easier to undo this rubber thing. So that's exactly what was in your strain relief earlier. So if you would need another one, you'll have it. Now the other thing too is, even though I'm grabbing these screws off of here, I like to keep stuff like this so that I can go back and reverse engineer something later. And so what I'll do is I'll keep these components in close proximity so that it's really easy to get back to where I started from should I have an issue or if I have to go back and chase my tail a little bit, okay? So I'll just put that stuff into the packaging and then I can find it. It'll help refresh my memory on what the heck happened. But in our case, we filmed it. All right, so we're gonna put that on and come right back. All right, so we noticed one thing that's a little bit weird in our manual, and we just want to point this out. They're saying to locate the low RTK antenna mount connection bolts and screws, and screw the bolts to fasten the connection on both sides right there, okay? We didn't have to do that. That's already built, okay? So I just pulled one off just to verify. You can see that little adapter is already built onto ours, okay? So we didn't have to do that.
They must have updated the mount design.
They must have updated the mount design. Because like I saw that and I said, boy, that's kind of weird. I don't remember doing that. So if you guys are thinking the same thing, my guess is you probably have a newer one as well. And maybe they've come up with a new design for that. It would be kind of nice if this manual had an update on that because it is confusing for us as we're out in the field trying to do it, okay? So this we can keep for later. And then we have to figure out what antennas. Now this is the confusing part for me. I know for sure one of these, this one in particular, okay, has a cap on it, okay? And then it's got this rubber. And if you look right here, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. That one uses this cell phone looking antenna. And this is called the white screw cap on the Halo. That's Bluetooth. That's Halo. Okay, so this is Halo. And there's a gasket that seems to be floating around in here. So I'm gonna be super careful as I do this. Okay. So, and then this is what looks like goes on these, but it's not the same because this is the data center one, okay? So then I'm gonna just take this out, but I gotta be careful because there is that one gasket that I keep seeing fall, okay? So this one says Halo antenna rover, okay? So it definitely indicates it's a rover. Now also this gasket, it seems like it's exactly the same what's at the bottom. So I'm assuming we have to leave that gasket to help make a seal. I could be mistaken, but I'm just gonna double check. It says keep the black rubber ring in for waterproofing. Okay, so yeah, so I was correct in my assessment. Okay, so this is gonna go right there. And I can't get it much tighter. That's just like a finger grip ring. It's not a crescent wrench style ring or anything, okay? Then we have these antennas. So this is data center. That says Bluetooth antenna for data center, Halo antenna for data center. Okay, so all these go to the data center now.
I'm gonna put that one back in too.
It goes to the data center. We're just gonna put them on right now. So this says Bluetooth, okay? You wanna grab that out of there, please? I only have two hands.
Which one?
Both.
Oh, they're taped
And then there's also this ring here, guys. You see the ring that's falling down here? That might also be needed, but if not, we'll keep it for later use. Okay, so where do the three antennas go? Okay, so the camera crew has the picture. It's right there. So obviously on the top, we need RTK. This one says RTK antenna. The label on it is upside down now, which is annoying to me. Okay, so that's on. Then the next thing is the longer one. They are not taped together. This label just happened to touch the other one. Okay, so this is gonna screw in so that at some point when we're done, we can put it back to 90 degrees vertical. So obviously once you torque that down, do not over torque it. then you can very carefully take a little bit more purchase and then go vertical, okay? So that's gonna look like that. And then this one here, kind of the same drill. This one is the Bluetooth, and they wrapped it like a flag, which I'm not a big fan of because that's gonna catch wind actually. And so this one here can go in, and there's a little bit of a gasket material there, but this is not enough gasket to add that whole thing that we just had out of that bag. Okay, so torque that down by hand. Give this enough of a twist, but only enough of a twist to get it vertical. Don't spin this a bunch. You'll rip out the cable going to the antenna, guaranteed, okay? All right, so there you have it, guys. So that's our little transmitter module. Now, this is an RTK high and an RTK high. So you could actually put the higher mounts on here if you want, and then they would just be up higher, or you can do the lower mounts if you don't care. I don't know, why didn't we do the higher ones?
Because that's not what it said to do, I guess.
Okay.
I didn't know there was an option.
Well, evidently there's probably an option, but again, I don't know for sure either. And look, there's a Phillips screwdriver in here, so I'll just grab this. And I'm gonna undo this connection here. That's not feeling very good. See how hard I'm pressing, and it's wanting to strip, okay? So I'm guessing that we'll have to use a different size screwdriver to be able to get that to release. See how hard I'm pressing? It just does not want to turn.
Does it just
No, there it goes.
top part unscrew?
This?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So I'm not 100% sure about this. That's making me very nervous because that's really hard to undo.
Does that whole thing just go on there and then screw in again?
You mean like that?
But then how does that mount?
Yeah,
Through
exactly.
samples?
No, you take out this bracket.
Oh,
It would go in place of that bracket.
why did they
See?
do that?
I don't know. Seems kind of weird to me. So I think the option is to take this off, but I'm not sure why they have a high mount and a low mount. It seems to me that the high mount would be better because you would have more signal reception capability. Okay, so do I see another Phillips screwdriver? I don't, okay? So I'm gonna lay this down. I'm gonna just grab that bigger Phillips and see if it does a better job. But as we look through this bracketry, this is the bracket adapter that's gonna hold the mount if you decide to mount this on the wall. So I'll put that over there just in case. And then some more expansion bolt mounts and some nails. Those are really nice nails. So I'm gonna put those there. And what's this? This is spare screws. So at some point I need the screws. So this is just data center clips. So we'll put this out just in case we need those. I don't think we're gonna need them. And then this is the toe hitch screws. So there's two different styles. One style is gonna be used if you don't have a tool, and then the other style would be used if you do have a tool, which is pretty sweet actually. So we'll put that there. In fact, it's a little tempting to just put that screw in, leave it in all the time so it's ready to go.
It's there, yeah.
Bolts for high RTK antenna mount. Ooh. So that's what you would use if you're using the high mounts. Guys, I don't know why we wouldn't use high mounts. Do you have an explanation for that, Camera
No,
Crew?
it doesn't.
I don't want to take this apart. I'd rather just have them high.
Yeah.
I cannot think of a time when you would need low. If you have clearance issues, then maybe. But to be honest with you, I fear we're gonna break this thing trying to take it apart. So I'm gonna lean toward, let's just do the high mounts and be done with it, because that'll be fine. And then this is a little bit longer, more robust connection then, because this has a deeper case to it.
So you just take that black piece off, screw the other one on, and then that's the whole assembly.
That's the assembly. So I don't know why they didn't mention that. Again, it's probably one of those things where they just found that it was like, oh yeah, everybody's doing that, but it's nice to give people the flexibility to be able to do it this way if they should decide to do that, okay?
Seems like then that should be the default, and then if you need it,
exactly.
do that.
Well, and how are you gonna know you need it? So remember I just torqued this down real tight, so I have to break that free. And it's just like 1/8 of a turn worth of torque. And then once this comes off, okay, so that's off now. Then this can go back in, and guess what? We need those rubbers back, because those rubbers are gonna continue to act as a bit of a strain relief for us so that we can protect from water intrusion. And so what did we do, camera crew?
Put them in the bag with the
Yep, we put them in this bag.
dust cap bag.
That's right. So this bag that we just kept for the low RTK antenna mounts, which really, I don't know why they didn't just mention that as an option. Okay. We can use these then.
So you're gonna leave those on instead of taking them off.
Yeah. So look, so now I can put this back on like that. Okay. And once that's done, then I'm assuming I should be able to, well, and I might actually have to put this on the other side now. So once I get this screwed in, okay, so it's gonna be a little bit awkward. None of this has been especially difficult. The hardest part is just the weight. Guys, if you can't handle a little bit of weight, you have to get a hand from somebody to help you do this. But I mean, it comes with all the tools and all the different stuff you need. That's the first like miss mark in the manual, if you want to call it that. I'm sure their videos would have updated us on that stuff too. We try not to make a habit of watching the install videos because a lot of times I feel like we perpetuate a lot of mistakes they make if we do. Okay, so once that drops down, oh yeah, we got plenty of room, plenty of clearance. Okay. Now, I'm gonna put this around the top portion. So I'm just kind of opening that up, flopping it around, and then look, then that's gonna make a seal. When I tighten this on, it's gonna make a seal.
Okay.
Okay. So unfortunately though, we have to redo this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo this bag, take these bolts, put them in my hand, put all the rest of the crap back in the bag, because it is an option. We could still go to that. Maybe we find out that we get to the first set of bushes and it wants to rub all the bushes and gets caught on stuff or whatever. Then maybe at that point we make a decision, hey, this isn't gonna work. We gotta put the low mounts on, okay? So these are ball ends, which are really nice. I just can't believe how nice the tools they gave us for basically a temporary install thing. We see that a lot. Sometimes these companies give us really nice tools, and other times we get the biggest garbage tools we've ever had. And to be honest with you, like I usually don't care because I'm either just gonna use my own proper tools or I'm not gonna care because it's like I use it for 1 second and then it's over. As long as it doesn't break the equipment, I don't care. So that makes a bit of a seal here for its a watershed, if you will. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fine. Now these should be the same exact antennas from what we can tell. They haven't indicated any differences in the manual, okay? So then this one that we had the hardware in, we can just go ahead and put that right back in here, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. So we'll replicate that and come back after we get the other side done. All right, so I found the hardware that says connection bolts for pole, so 2mm drive still, or number 2 they call it, but it's 2mm. And you remember that thing that fell on my foot? This is what I need to pass through. Okay, there's 2 spots. There's 1 spot, 3, excuse me. There's 2, and then there's 3. So I just gotta get one of them to mount, okay? Because it's not gonna take much to hold this thing vertical, okay? See, there's 1 there. Looks like that's probably the one, okay? So we gotta line that up. There's an edge that catches down here, okay? And then this drops in and you screw it, okay? So remember, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, which means sometimes our videos are way longer and way more obnoxiously boring. It just depends on what your idea of boring is. But we try our best to show the entire process so that we remove any ambiguity for you when you're making your spending decisions. If you do make a spending decision to buy this robot mower, make sure you follow the links so you can help us earn a few bucks in commission, which is nice. But at the end of the day, we're still gonna tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, even if the thing sucks, okay? So that's the trade-off. If it sucks, we make nothing. If it's awesome, we have a mower that doesn't work well. Or excuse me, that works really well.
There's a clip or something for that halo antenna.
I'll just show you this bracketry so you understand kind of what it looks like. Obviously the manual has pictures, but sometimes seeing is believing. And what this does is it wraps around that portion of it. So it goes like this, right? Like this, okay? And then this Goes through. Oh, so you're saying it locks it in position. Okay. You know what? I'll take that it's not actually just a mount, but this is rubbery. Okay, for what it's worth. Then this fits through. It goes in like that. It kind of goes through to the other side. Give them a shot from here if you can. See, it's not quite lining up because I didn't do a very good job of feeding it through. Okay, come on, you can do it. Sometimes these things, they look so easy in the manual and then you got to go try to do it. And it's like the easiest step in the manual can be one of the most challenging, difficult annoyances, okay? So then slide this in. We talked about these keys earlier. Okay, now I also noticed they didn't provide any ground cable. Okay, so if they want us to ground this and they provide this giant, obscene ground cable, then you would think that they would send a ground cable, but they didn't. So obviously they don't want it grounded that bad, okay? So these brackets would go in instead, and that would mount away from the wall, doing the exact same function at the wall end, and then the exact same function on the vertical, or vice versa. And you can run this kind of however you want. It can either be screwed together like this, or it could be clipped together like this, or whatever you decide you want to do. In our case, it's sort of a temporary install for now, and then we're going to come back and change it if there is a need for it, which, to be honest with you, there might not be. So we may never touch it again. It may be perfectly satisfactory from when we're done with it, okay? So if you look in this box, what do we have? We have some spare parts, we have some bolts and stuff for ground mounts. We also have some spare screws, and then we have, of course, the bracket for the hitch. So if you decide to use the hitch, like I said, I think it's totally sweet. I'm sure we'll try it at some point, but this says to tow right here. And I'm assuming we can run this sucker in and just leave it there, as in store it there.
Stay on if you have that black cover on?
I'm thinking it won't have anywhere to go, but it might also get in the way of the black cover. But you got to remember, this is a mower. It's going to vibrate like crazy, and that might get in the way of the cover, and it might also cause the cover to come off. But then do you want to undo that every time just to put this bracket on? There's a good chance when I'm using this, I'm probably not even going to put the screw in. I'm just going to be lazy and put the hitch on.
Because you're going to have to go get the hitch, whatever we're doing. I mean, the kids are hoping it will pull sleds of tree brush around.
That would be super cool.
For them, instead of them.
Instead of them?
But you'll still have to come up to the house and like get the hitch thing. Because I don't think you're going to leave that block cover off all the time, right?
No, you'll close it for sure. And that block cover definitely is not going to be on while this is on.
Right.
Okay? But you got to get your gasket seals over everything properly, okay? But the idea is I wanted to show you that there is a way for that to work. And look, it passes through nicely, okay? So for practical purposes, it definitely works. It's just one of those things where it's going to be a little bit clumsy to have to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have this available so that I can not use it when I'm supposed to.
Right.
Because I will definitely not. Ever. Ever. Never.
The screw, you mean?
The screw. I'll
use the hitch.
And then the anti-theft, we can put those in there as well. Okay? So where does that leave us? We basically have everything built, I believe, on the machine. So that's a pretty easy process. It's still charging, and we don't have the PoE injector plugged in, and we don't have the network adapter plugged into the network port. So maybe the next thing we would do is go ahead and plug that in and just see if we can get things to connect. The trouble is, much of the network connection is going to end up being dependent on our situation and not necessarily a generic situation. So what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm just going to figure out how I'm going to store all these random screws and network and plugs and adapters and everything, because that's one thing that we run into when we get a complex machine like this. Where do we put that one random screw that we need to do the thing that we didn't expect to have to do?
Right.
And that could be pretty annoying. So the other thing I was thinking about while we were off camera is I was thinking, we're in a garage. Most people don't have a network patch cable. They certainly don't have, Cat, RJ45 connectors on the wall plates in their garage. Most people don't. Some people do, but most people don't. So I was thinking, if you have an attic, it's a good place to maybe cheat a cable out to where you do, and then you can drop it down your wall, if it's an interior wall, with relative ease. And I say relative, meaning I'm not doing that. But then you can hook it up. You can poke it out through your cover plate and just do your landing there, or you can land it on the backside. But the idea is, for me, I'm basically gonna take a block of wood or something heavy, make this so it can sit still, and then I will find the place that works. And then when I run into problems, like if I have signal issues, I can modify the position, because in our application, and I'll just take you guys around for a little nature walk here, this is what we're worried about, okay? When we run this system, we are central and we have room in every direction, much more that way than that way because of the nature of our land, okay? So when you come out here, first of all, I don't want to be looking at that thing. I don't care if it's cool.
Right.
I don't want to see it.
No, I don't either.
It's ugly, okay? It's not ugly like it could sit there in our bushes, you know, and not be seen, and that'd be no big deal. And I'm fine with that. But I'm not putting it up there. I don't care what they want.
No.
Because I don't want to see it. If it was stainless steel and blended in, or if it was painted the same color as a house, maybe. But I'm not going to tolerate looking at that ugly thing. But you might. We needed to go more that way and that way. Oh, look, a sod cutter. Weird.
Oh, nice.
Why is that out here?
It's my favorite tool.
Yeah. So we could put it up here and it would be less obnoxious. But the idea is once we walk out and go up, that we're still blocking a lot of the signal by the building itself. So what do? Do we keep going around? Well, you could do that. And then we could go over here where we could get even higher. And then you might be able to get the full broad spectrum spread throughout most of the yard. But make no mistake, guys, there's areas where there's yard between our house and the line of sight. So I don't know if this needs line of sight or not, and it's going to largely determine whether or not it goes to live up by Starlink by Dishy McDishface V2, which that's the older version. Now they're smaller and squarer and stuff like that. Or do we have to go way up to the top and mount it on this inboard portion of the roof line? This is also where we might go off of the end of this gable end. And then from that gable end, we can go out and up. Or you notice we have this big deck here.
I was just going to say.
The deck might end up being the best option. And that's part of the reason. And if you guys don't know what the heck you're looking at, you've got outdoor speakers and then there's a waveform antenna. And that's how we get our internet. Which, yes, it's wireless. We have a 5G internet service here. That's right.
It's the best we got.
That's the best you can get. And then before that was Dishy McDishface. And then on the other side of the house, there was our original Viasat. 27 miles away Viasat satellite in the actual space. Okay? All have been vast improvements. All have cost about $500 to $600 for infrastructure and then monthly support, which is just the way it is when you're out here. But if we put it up there, then it's up high, and we have the cable from Dishy McDishface, which happens to be an RJ45 cable with PoE capability, meaning it's a decent size gauge wire. Okay, if you use a really small rinky-dink Cat 5e, it'll probably work, but it might get a little warm and it might blow out your PoE injector over time. So I would use nice, high quality.
If you're not using what
it came with. But ours is terminated inside the end of the Dishy McDishface, which you have to tell that to go into a stowage position where it parks, and then you can put it back in the box. But the cable doesn't come out. I have to cut the cable. And then I have to return. Yep, I have to build a new end. But it would get us into the right spot. So guys, these are the types of questions that you're gonna have to answer if you want a permanent final solution. So what we're gonna do is I'll probably bring it out somewhere on the deck railing. I'll maybe throw a couple of screws in, you know, if that's okay with the camera crew, and just let it be there. I don't want this big L bracket. That thing's gonna be god-awful ugly, unless I'm doing a permanent install and I just need to get it out from the gable.
Right.
Okay, so that it can wrap and go up above. Again, if I'm gonna do that, I'd be better off to just go up on the roof and just mount it on the roof and let it be at an angle. So that's my technology advice for you. You're gonna have to make your best decision based on your application, okay? So here on Brian Phillips RC, we try to go over all these details so that you understand what the heck we're doing and you can apply it to your life. All right, so we're out to do our temporary mount, and there's 4 screw holes. I just wanted to point something out to you. If you do need to mount this upside down, I believe that you can mount this upside down. I don't know for sure that you could mount it sideways, but I'm sure you can mount it upside down based on the bracket spacing on those bolts, okay? So if you wanted this thing to hang like that, you could still have all your antennas up the correct direction. So also I just wanted to point out, I noticed that those holes were also lined up at the same time. So I just went ahead and put the hardware in because I have it. If you don't have the hardware, obviously it's probably not that big a deal. But the camera crew mentioned to me something about a Dre show coming Monday. So I was like, okay, we better do this. So right here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. You just block the light. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Those screws hold the top of this decking on. But the thing that's kind of interesting is if this is a temporary install, I wouldn't even have to steel. And again, this is sort of hypercritical or hyper specific to our installation. But I would even have to interrupt and make new holes. But I'm probably going to do it anyway, just because I want it to look just so. So I'm going to line that up, and I'm going to line this up, and I'm going to hit 3 screw holes. Okay. Here's the hardware I'm using. You can let go. The hardware I'm using is right here. You can see what I got as a combination. This is drilled in, and it's got a gasket on it. This is what they provided, which is insane amounts of holding force. Yes, that would be fine. It would be very, very good, in fact. But like I said, temporary. So I thought these, which would just go in there. But then I'm like, if I go through my decking, if I go square, it's going to shoot right through. So of course they're a little bit too long. And so I said, these are threaded all the way through. I can go at a bit of an angle too, and then keep purchased into the wood, which is nice. But then also I did a double gasket so that I can make up for this relatively large hole here, okay? And then also if I end up at a bit of a cant, it'll still hold nicely and have that nice galvanized finish so that it all matches, okay? So my goal is to run them in with my impact, and then I want the cable to be able to easily address over here, okay? So I'm just gonna try to go straight in and then hit the board that's running here. So I get good, solid purchase. I'm not gonna pre-drill or anything. I'm just gonna go backward with the drill a little bit to make a pocket, and then I'm gonna go forward. And if you didn't already know that, it'll help prevent splitting the wood, okay? Even if it's old crappy wood, it will help. Okay, so now look guys, this is all I'm doing is I'm adding this extra. This is sized for number 8 or number 9, whatever that means, screws. And it's supposed to go in there and create a gasket seal. I'm just using 2 so that I have a little bit better purchase since this is such a huge hole, okay? So as you can see, it worked pretty good. So you might want to copy us if you do this. Now, same thing here. I'm hitting right in the center. We've already got a nice big crack on this cedar rail, or this is green treated pine. Oh, wait, what is this? Yeah, so watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to go backward here for just a second. And this is what lazy people do if they don't want to pre-drill. See, I made a little pocket and then go. And you'll be amazed. You almost never split your wood when you do that. So it's always nice if you don't split your wood. Okay, so then 3 screws. Unfortunately, this one's hitting right in the gap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back here at a bit of an angle. This time, I really need to go backward. So I'm gonna start vertical, work my way back just a hair, push, a little bit of pressure, and then in you go. You can hear I got good purchase and a good holding force. And then that's gonna be on there. And that's only going somewhere if a derecho hits and pulls at 100 miles an hour for like 10 minutes. So this will be mounted. And then as you can see, we've got all these little clip doohickeys, which is really nice. If we wanted, we could use those, and that would help get us back into the house, okay? So at this point, what we're gonna do is we have to take a little bit of time in the dark, as usual, and try to route this cable back. Okay, so I wanted to show you this trick because I'm anal retentive, and you guys may have noticed on Brian Phillips RC from years of watching me fiddle with cables. You see what I'm doing here? I'm re-wrapping this. Why am I doing that? Because I don't want to have a giant tangled mess. So you see what I've done? I'm just going around my hand again like this, okay? And believe it or not, since it goes through this pipe, it's gonna be really kind of a pain in the neck to take that apart. I gotta undo like 5 different things, and I'm like, screw that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it on my arm like this, and I'm gonna walk it off my arm as I go into the house, okay? So you see what I've done here? And then look what that's gonna do to the memory on the cable, okay? For those of you that are fellow OCDers, and look how much nicer that looks already. And yes, it's gonna take 10 times longer, but then your cable is not gonna be tangled up, and it's not gonna look like total crap for your temporary install, okay? Right. So you guys notice, look at it though. Seriously, look at it. Even when I relax it, look how much better that is. It is like night and day better. And that's because at the cable, the way that they put this into the machine, or the way that it's extruded out of the machine, it comes in there and it gets that nasty, nasty, nasty memory on it. And so you can walk it out like this, and look how nice that looks, guys. Proof's in the pudding, folks. If you want good advice, I'll give it to you. If you want a fast install, watch everybody else. But when mine's done, it'll look good. So now we're going in, yes, that's right, we're going through a slider. How are you gonna close your door? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
We'll deal with that later.
At some point. Okay, look. See? Now it's in. Look at the cat. Look at the cat. No, you don't get to come in.
Ashley,
no. Stop. He's still confused why he doesn't get to come in.
I know. Can I close this?
Most of the way.
I know. I'm not going to close it on it.
Perfect. So now I can use that as a little bit of resistance. Okay? So now the other cat's at the door. So guys, I just wanted to show you how long this cable is. So for most people, you probably have gotten to where you have a network
wherever you were
patch. Okay? You have somewhere to plug in. Okay? So I'm going to go back past our filming area. You're probably thinking, good Lord, how far are you going to? Actually, I might have enough now to where I can walk it in. So we'll pause and I'll show you when I'm plugging it. Okay, so now we're in the office where we have access to some network switch plugs. Okay, so PoE and LAN. So the local area network is going to go to the local area network. The PoE is going to go out to the device. So in this case, it's going to go here. Okay, now this is clearly unplugged from the wall, but it's not going to be for much longer because here in a second, I'm going to take this short patch cable and I'm going to run it underneath the table to a switch, which won't be shown, or maybe we'll give you a super ultra close up. I am going to plug this into the hole, if there is a hole. And yes, there is. Oh yeah, plugged in, beautiful. Now, that goes over to the PoE injector. You notice things have not caught on fire yet, which is always nice. And then from the PoE injector, you can see some lights. Lights are good. That means something worked. Okay, that goes back there to a UPS. An uninterruptible power supply. And then now what we need to do is we need to go back outside and start getting the rest of this crap set up.
Okay, so we just came outside and there is a flashing red light on the front of this data center. So we are getting power to it. So Brian is gonna work on getting the cable routed and getting a little bit more slack out here now.
All right, so I got my old crusty Galaxy S9 here, and we use the user manual on page 7. It tells you how to install the Yarbo app. So of course, we're using Android, so this is where we scan. You can get this from links in their video description. And then basically you can see over here, I switched my evil flashing eye to point us from the deck so I can see it from in here because we can physically see it. So I just, instead of having it pointed out to my neighbors, so we think we're trying to laser them at night, I pointed it toward us. So now we have this app on here and it's saying add your Yarbo. So I have to do this, and forgive us, there's gonna be some steps of this where we just straight up don't film, and there's other steps where we're gonna film so that you guys can see as much as possible. But at this point, we're done with most of the quick start guide for the setup of the antenna and the data center. But now what we're dealing with is the basic setup of the app so that we can get control of our Yarbo, okay? That being said, this thing is all in our network, but it's not set up on our network yet. So I'm not sure when that happens. When that happens, a lot of that stuff we won't share. Okay, so you're gonna have to set that up specific to your own network. Okay, but that being said, that's where we are. Just wanna give you a quick update. So at this point, you can also find the app on page 6 of the quick start guide, okay? So one note I've noticed is one device is associated with the Yarbo account. It cannot be linked to a new account. So once a device, not one device, but once a device is attached to a Yarbo account, it can't be switched to another one, evidently. I'm not sure how that works because what if it breaks? Or, you know, what if you need to get some service? I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I guess you have to talk to Yarbo about that. But I'm assuming it's so that people can't steal them easily, okay? So once you make your association, it should be done. So I'm gonna add your Yarbo. Mine is outside, so let's go look at it. We'll be able to poke in here and see that from across the way. So we'll just walk out of the garage and it should be no big deal.
Setting up the account was super easy. It's just username, password, email.
Okay, as you can see, the sun left the sky. And as you can tell, our charger is done because we now have a green status light, okay? So green status light means it's done. I'm gonna disconnect it. So stop is pulled up. See this? It's pulled up. That's pushed down. That's pulled up. Push and pull, okay? Then get your little grommet. Look, the lights come on. Okay, pretty cool. So now I'm gonna just take my fingers and try to get this grommet cap cover thingy. So I'm gonna take this just kind of real gentle touch goes right on, okay? You don't have to screw, you don't have to do anything really intense. And then there's a power button to activate, okay? So now I don't know if you have to press and hold that for a few seconds or exactly what the deal is.
Well, the lights are already on, so is it already on?
I'm just gonna press and hold it.
Oh,
now it's on, okay? Oh yeah, very bright. Okay, so I'm gonna close this lid. This cord is gonna be laid over here out of the way because this thing is heavy enough it could damage the cord, okay? So at this point we could hypothetically, in fact, we should probably unplug this just to get it out of the way, give us the best crack at success. And also, one thing we found is anytime we have a new periphery piece of equipment that uses a charger like this, we write on it what it is.
Yes.
But in this case, you'll notice it says nothing about Yarbo anywhere, okay? Nothing about Yarbo. So you wanna write on there as permanently as you want it to be found later that it works for the Yarbo, because you'll think you'll never have a problem until you get like the 7th e-bike, okay? So you can see that's a very bright light.
It is.
So we're gonna go to add your Yarbo. Okay, so select your model.
Ours is the 2024.
Okay. And then what are we doing? We're doing not the leaf blower, not the smart assist. We're gonna do the lawnmower. There's the snow blower. There's the blower. There's the smart assist. Okay, so that one. Assemble and powered on. Make sure you have it assembled and powered on. Okay, so I'm gonna just hit check mark. Please find the following device. There it is. Link to your account. Okay, so I'm gonna just pull away because I don't know what our credentials are and when they're gonna pop up, but I am just gonna give this a little bit of a wide berth just in case. So almost there, Yarbo is being linked to your account. Holy cow, it's already done. It says 100%. That was the easiest setup I've ever done in my life. And I work on network stuff all the time in my real world. So that is incredible. I can't believe it. I never actually set up any DHCP. I did nothing on that device.
So do you suppose it's working out there now?
I don't know. Let's go
Too?
check the light. Let's walk over. So now you can obviously see that it found it.
Yep.
So
it does recommend to use the controller, the physical controller.
still flashing, fast flashing red. Okay. So it says to use the controller first.
Just to get used to the
So we're
feel
gonna
of
use
it.
the controller first, okay? So just walking in and out, this is all part of our normal process every day. All right, so these lights are insanely bright.
They're
I'm
really bright.
super happy about that. Okay, so we have our controller laying here. Camera crew's gonna hold this.
Okay.
So I'm gonna press this button. It's gonna wake it up. Oh, it vibrates.
Oh, okay.
And then it's on controller. So at this point, whoa, it vibrates. Hold still. I want you to feel this.
Oh, yes, definitely.
There is definitely feedback.
Yep.
Okay, so this goes forward. See, I don't know if we have a full connection yet, okay?
Oh, wait, look. There's a button right there that says controller.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm trying to.
Okay, all right, so that brings the controller up, but then you would have to slide. So there's controller from the phone. And then here's this. This should be this controller. So does that go forward? I'm just like,
Well, let's slide to unlock this.
well, hold on, I don't want to
Okay.
unlock that. Okay, so lights on, off. So we obviously don't have this paired yet. So we have to figure out how to pair the transmitter to the actual device. So we might come back to that in just a quick second. But for now, let's see if we can get the app to work, okay? So I'm gonna unlock this. This is gonna scare the crap out of the cat.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be hilarious. Okay, so this is all lights. So it is
that
connected.
works.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn on all lights, change this, show them that. See how it's going down?
Oh, is that the cut height?
Yeah. I think it's going down inside. So now I'm gonna change the cut height back to 4 inches. As soon as that stops, see it's thinking so it won't stop halfway. But that changed it to 1.2 inches.
Wow.
That's crazy. So now it's at 1.2. So now I'm gonna go back to 4. Now you guys can't see it, but I think it's actually moving all the bottom portion because this actually hasn't moved,
Yeah.
okay? So that's pretty sweet. So we'll let that keep doing its thing. And you'll notice Still got all the same light conditions, which is really nice. It's very bright. So now the speed is in low. Oh, there it goes. Time to scare the cat. He's going to be very concerned. It's okay. It's okay, Ash.
I'm surprised at
He's not that
fast it is.
That's on low right now. I'm gonna go to high. Okay, so you hold it like a joystick, okay? Now it's gonna be a lot harder on it because that concrete out there's got a lot more texture. So the turning, I wanna see, okay, so this is like a straight up turn. You can go backward, you can go forward. Now I would highly recommend not running into your trim and stuff around your doors because this thing is heavy. It's gonna damage stuff. Those lights are so bright.
They're really bright.
I bet I can totally ride on that thing.
Jeez.
You think I can?
I don't think you should.
You don't think I should?
I definitely don't think
How
you
is this
should.
designed? Do you think there's enough support on here to hold me?
I don't know. The top is just plastic, though.
Yeah, it is kind of like not super
'Cause,
strong
where
right
the
there.
battery is just
Yeah,
plastic.
because like this would be the thing that would have to hold me, right?
Yeah, I would not.
So I'd
stand
have
on
to do that. Whoa! So yeah, I'll fall over, but it'll definitely hold me. It'll definitely drive. So that took all of 3 seconds to figure out. Okay, so that's pretty awesome. And so as you can see, it definitely is gonna tear the crap out of those treads when you got sharp turns. Look, we just left our first skid mark. Okay, sorry. So my neighbor was mowing today and it made me super jealous as we were kind of setting this up. But you know what's nice? This thing's gonna be mowing while he is like,
Sleeping?
no.
Oh.
That is so cool. So now obviously at this point, there's not really that much going on. This is all the basically things it does badly right now. But what it's gonna do really good is it's gonna cut the grass automatically. Oh, the cat is checking this out again. Like, what the heck is that thing? By the way, we had to make sure the cord for this did not interfere with the cord for our stupid, automatic, what do we call it?
Our robot vacuum that we call Rosie.
Yes. Okay, so now I don't know how this is gonna work, if it's gonna automatically charge, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna attempt to do this. Okay, that didn't work very good. I'm not telling it to charge because it doesn't, oh, that's.
You should go slower.
So you want me to go to
Go
slow?
low speed to get it.
Okay. So you think that's better?
Well, to line it up might be more.
Oh, you see, that's why they give us all that crap. You know what? We do need shelf liner, hun.
Do you want me to go put my foot on it? Nope, you got it.
So I don't know if that'll automatically charge right there or not.
The directions say that it will charge after 5 minutes of no operator input, or you can hit charge on the app. So like if you hit recharge, will
Yeah, but it
start
has
charging?
Yeah. So if the GPS signal is not strong for recharging. But as you can see, it's kind of got, I think this is just not reverse like I expect it to be. Pretty easy to control. Okay, so now let's go to horizontal. Okay, and so now we got horizontal, we'll slide down lock. Do you want to go for a ride on there?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so do you want me to like cut some of the yard?
I guess we'll figure out how to like start it.
Go to high speed? Oh, it's not that hard. It just says blade right there.
I know, but it's grayed out.
What do you mean it's grayed out? It's grayed out because it's off.
Okay, well go. Well, here, I gotta be closer to it. So.
Okay, so let's bring it over here so we can see. We're just gonna cut one stupid strip, okay?
You wanna go out to the grass before you turn it
No,
on?
I just wanna do this. Blade. Do I have to do anything special?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not wanting to let me do it. You know why? It's probably because we haven't actually set up all the
We haven't
attributes.
set up any maps or anything like that.
Okay. Oh, I just turned it on. So it is on now. Okay, so now I'll just go vertical. So it's quiet.
Is
That's
it cutting?
so weird.
I don't think it's cutting though.
Well, I might not be cutting at that because it's 4 inches tall. Look at that. I'm going to set it to 3. Okay. So you hear it start cutting, probably. So I'll just back up. Oh yeah, that's cutting.
Is it?
It's just not cutting very much.
It's so quiet.
Yeah, I know. So let's go to 2.
Okay.
Remember, it's early in the season here, folks.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it's done with the height adjustment, it wakes this thing up. Okay, so now it's good. It says setting the blade below 2.7 could risk potential damage. Okay, great, let's do it. Oh yeah, it's cutting. Oh yeah,
Oh, there
it's
you go.
definitely cutting. Okay, so now I gotta turn here. Okay, now hold on, I'm gonna shut off the forelight, the side lights, and I'm just gonna do, all lights are off. I'm gonna just do front lights, okay?
Okay.
Because then it's not blinding me, camera crew. This is so bizarre. I've not cut the grass in the dark for a long time. It's been like at least since the last time I did it.
I know, but you're up here where there's no grass.
Well, I can cut that thing, can't I?
Okay. Yeah, let's see it.
Oh yeah, it cut it. It's so quiet. It's like,
It's so
oh,
quiet.
that is awesome. Look how good it
did
did.
a really good job,
Oh,
too.
that's awesome.
You even go all the way
Oh
over it.
man, I have such low expectations of cut quality. This is probably gonna cut like 1,000,000 times better than our zero turn. I wonder if I can get all the way around this tree. You suppose?
I don't know.
It's probably like, you are trying to drive me into a tree. Stop it now. My name is not George Ditchin. Okay, so that is pretty crazy and super simple. So
definitely
now the
working.
next thing that I have to do is, first of all, I'm gonna cut off the blade. So that's off.
I can't believe.
And then I'm gonna turn all lights off and then back on. Okay? So all back on. And here it comes, guys. So we're gonna go right back up. Let's see what happens when it hits me. Nothing. It just kept going. Probably because I wanna see what happens.
Collision occurred.
Oh.
Collision occurred. Clear error. That's pretty good. I mean, it hit me, but it wasn't like it was nothing. If it hit the cats would probably like blow up and go like 40 miles away.
Well, they would just jump out of the way.
No, I'm
You
saying
wanna-
they would jump is what I
Yeah.
mean, not like get cut by the knives.
Right.
That's what's so crazy about this. Is it's like the cat is right there. So check this out. The cat is right there, straight up right there. You see? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this one little thing. See, I just cut that. That is so awesome. This is so doing such like all the worst things that you can do with this. And it's doing such a good job of it. I'm so happy about that. So I'm gonna turn off the back lights. The side lights are really where you get blinded.
So
you know?
maybe you could go, that's thicker up there. You could put the blade up.
Nah, I wanna actually see what happened.
Okay.
Now evidence. Oh, that is so sweet. Okay, now there's totally cameras somewhere else. I wanna see what the cameras look like.
The lighting is so terrible for this right now, too.
Yeah, it is. But you
Yeah.
know what? This is kind of the fun stuff you get to do when you run a YouTube channel. You work all day on some stupid project, and then you're like, is this thing gonna be worth a darn?
You get to go robot mow your yard in the dark.
Yes, exactly. That's what Brian Phillips RC is all about. And guys, we're the only ones that are gonna show you routing cables through sliding glass doors. This is awesome. I cannot wait to see. And it's like, it sounds, okay, so what does it sound like? A little heater?
Yeah.
Like guys, listen to
Like-
this. You can barely hear it. This is me talking at a normal volume, okay? Which is louder than most people. Hold this.
It's quieter than a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Like
Yeah.
you could run this in the middle of the night and
Oh,
nobody
yeah.
would know.
No one would know.
Yeah, and if you ran it with, I wonder if you can run it with the lights off and just do like infrared. Okay, blades off. I'm putting the height back to 3 inches, okay?
Okay.
So once you set the 3 inches, I'm assuming it just leaves it there and then show more. Oh,
That was the more.
show mode. Mode, not more. And then horizontal, 3.1. I wanted it 3. Dang it. It is kind of annoying because like it takes a second to make the adjustment and then it lets you know what it did, okay? So it reminds you of the linear actuator in the baler, doesn't it?
Don't say that. I don't
We
wanna-
had problems with
don't- I
that
don't
one.
wanna know.
Okay, this looks actually a lot like it. And yeah, you can definitely tell it
yeah.
cut because it
Yeah.
made a mess. This is so awesome. I've never been happier to see a yard mess in my driveway. Okay, so I'm in high speed. let's book it and see if we can get the controller working, because I know some people have had trouble with the controllers. I gotta say, with the phone, it's pretty darn easy. We haven't even made a map yet.
There was some pairing information in one of the manuals, so we might have to go inside and read how to pair. Maybe our controller isn't
Okay,
paired.
so let's try driving it back. And guys, it is so easy to drive, like literally so easy. Now, I assume that's where it would need to be. So I'm gonna shut off all lights and I'm gonna clear the error. Oh, the clear error is always on, okay? But it's saying it won't recharge because of GPS. I'm hoping that disappears after a bit. The other thing too is I'm hoping that we'll still be able to use the autonomous mode when we don't necessarily have signal connection. Because my fear is we're gonna have to have that RTK all the time. But if you have GPS, it should work with GPS alone. So, and right now it's kind of taking my parking spots, making me kind of jealous. But guys, so far, super excited, really cool. Okay, so now close that. That's the drive mode. So we have the charge, it shows the charge at 100%, which by the way, that took us about, what, like 6 hours maybe? Because we started like about the time we were eating. Yeah, not even, like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah. But it may have come with some charge in it. Okay, so before I show this, I'm gonna go to the gear. Okay, so it shows the serial number, it shows the name, version information. I'm gonna just click. Yeah, so it looks like the app and the firmware. There is more, there is how to update firmware. Your Yarbo device receives automatic firmware updates via over-the-air technology requiring no manual intervention. To ensure successful updates, please keep your Yarbo connected to the internet. If an update fails or you encounter any issues, please contact our support team. Okay, so, but that's the weird thing. App version is 3.151, and it says the firmware version is 3.8.16. So that's the app version and the firmware version. Okay, so you shouldn't have to update that. The cellular says, after activation, Yarbo will consume 4G data for operation. If you want to save data, you can turn off 4G and connect to Wi-Fi. Oh, data receiver.
Maybe that's why we're getting that red flashing light.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, data center settings. Find the following devices. It already found it. Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay, so let's go look at the red flashing light. Because the red flashing light should disappear when this happens.
The kids were being nosy. They might be in here.
It's okay. Shut off the light there, hon, and we'll watch the red flashing light. Okay, so you see this?
Yep.
I gotta make sure I cover just in case.
Yeah.
It totally found it. That is so cool. So look at the light. You see the light? It's off. 7%.
Oh, nice. So it's
25. That is so cool.
You're not gonna have a big
So data center version. Please do not exit the page or close this app. Okay, so it's telling it's currently at 1.0.23. Okay, so this is all like automatic, guys. I haven't set up a dang thing with anything. I don't know exactly how it's doing all this. So I'm assuming, please do not exit this page. Okay, so it updated what needs to be updated. And then there's a download. So it's asking us to download. Yep, it just downloaded. The newer version of Data Center was downloaded successfully. Please click. Oh, dang it.
Oh, so it's installing.
So now it's installing. Oh,
blue.
Sweet. So now
flashing blue means it's pairing or updating or something.
Yeah, so it's updating right now.
Yeah.
So it's updating 1 of 2, and then it's gonna update the 2 of 2 in just a quick second. Wait, let's walk out here. Okay, so looks like we're at about 80% right now. So the other thing too is I've got to say, this has been strangely easy on the network setup.
Yet. I know.
Like I can't believe how fast it's set up.
Waiting.
So let's look at the control. Let's look at the controller while we wait for this to download, camera crew.
There was like a thing about light conditions. If yours is flashing a color and you don't know what it's doing, here. Flashing blue is pairing mode, and then it should go to solid blue when it's successful.
So pairing from that data center to the rover.
Yep.
But I'm concerned about the transmitter.
Green is normal. We'll have to let's find where that is and we'll show them.
So we got a green flash. So green flash must mean what?
I don't know.
Solid green, who knows what green flash means?
Green flash is not on there.
So yeah, we don't know what green flash means.
Maybe it's just starting up.
Well, please do not exit this page or close the app during the update process. So it must use the cell data to actually interpolate things back to the RTK device, which is fine. I know people use RTK when they're flying drones that may fly like under bridges for bridge inspections and things like that. And what it does is it basically becomes an interpreter for GPS to the device, okay? So instead of the device depending upon its own GPS, which is moving, and say it goes under this bridge, it loses it. Well, then the RTK can regurgitate it to it. So then it uses a lower, not GPS, it uses like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. In this case, it's got the 3 styles, which are Bluetooth, what's the other one?
The RTK.
RTK, and then
the...
it's like La something. Gosh, I'm forgetting what it's called. But it's the other one, the other antenna. So all 3 of those modes, and that's why you need the 120 degrees up, okay? Because what's gonna happen is that is gonna give you signal for GPS, and you need 120 degrees so that you can find its own spatial awareness. So it must be doing some data transmission through that. I'm not sure how it works. Okay, OTA successful. Connection.
Oh, look, no, it's changing.
Whoa, now it's got all sorts of colors. That's actually really cool. Failed to add device. Instructions, please ensure that your Yarbo is powered on, the phone's Bluetooth is enabled, and your Yarbo app has a granted Bluetooth permission.
We have not
done that.
Okay.
You have to press for 2 seconds. Okay, so let's go out here. Let's see, I do have Bluetooth on this device. We're in close enough proximity for it to work.
But
we haven't necessarily granted it permission.
No.
Ooh, it might have gone off. Let's see if it's off.
There's blue lights on inside.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to pull the screen away, guys. I'm gonna pull up my Bluetooth. I'm gonna highlight the Bluetooth and press it. And then I'm just gonna see if, yeah, Yarbo docking station. I'm gonna click. An app is needed to use this device. It says pairing. So basically found it on my available devices, clicked it, and it says pairing. Now I don't know if that's the docking station over here or the docking station there. I honestly don't know.
Not sure.
So it's pairing, whatever that means, okay? So we'll see if that works. And then some other stuff came up. So I don't know what that is. It might be the other half of it. Okay, so I stopped, it stopped because I have to turn this on. Okay, so in order to turn this on, I'm gonna pull this up, lay it right here. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then it wakes up. Or did it? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. I don't know if it's just like, am I not doing it long enough? 1, 2, okay. So there's a blue flash that comes on, okay? Put this cover back on. That's not the way, okay, that's not the way it worked last time. So I'm gonna hit back, I'm gonna hit back. I'm gonna see if I can get back to the device, okay? So I wanna see if I can, oh, it's got Halo, Halo. So Halo is working. Bluetooth. Yeah, so if it's got Bluetooth, then, okay, so I'm gonna go off camera again and just do this. I'm gonna go to settings. Under here it says data settings. Finding the following devices for you. So there it's got the data thing that we are supposed to be connected to. And that's why we get that red, red, red. So it obviously, data center reconnect.
Yeah, reconnect.
So
but it has the little Bluetooth there by data center.
Okay, so I could hit data center reconnect. Oh, so it must be connected to the data center. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back to my Bluetooth for a second off camera. I'll show you if I can get it. Yeah, but it still shows the docking station here, okay?
Right.
And then there's Yarbo music and Yarbo docking station.
So it can play music?
Oh, it can?
For us while we're swimming in the pond while it's mowing the yard?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yarbo music. Let's see what happens. I don't know. That might have to be app controlled. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here, jump back, and then I'm just going to see. I have to pull this away. I'm really sorry. So guys, I'm not sure what we're doing wrong, But I can tell you this right now, I should be able to control this and run it. So that's what I want to do again, just make sure I'm still connected. There's no lights on, so I'm gonna press, yeah, so it's on. And in order to run it, there we go.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's definitely still connected. It's definitely running. Okay, so now I want to see if I can go to settings, version information, data center settings. So it definitely finds it every time. But I just don't understand, is it not connected? Because we have that, what color? Why don't you
red
go?
flashing light.
Yeah, you go in there and just tell me if it changes colors. Because you should be able to see it.
It is still red flashing.
I can't hear it through the door.
Still red flashing.
Still red?
Yep.
Okay, so data center. It says it's the latest. Please make sure you're within 5 meters of the data center. Maybe I'm far enough away that it's not finding it. Okay, so if I'm within 5 meters, so like 15 feet, I'm within 15 feet for sure now, okay? Okay. Data center reconnect.
But when we were standing at the island, it was controlling because it was
It's
changing the
controlling
colors
it.
and stuff.
But see, that's the thing is when you let go, the light is definitely changing condition. So we definitely have connection, but then I don't know if it's actually safety settings, camera status check. Okay, let's see what happens. So this might take a second too. This might be depending on our internet here, which could be weak. If this takes a second, we might pause. Okay, so it says the camera is working properly. I was hoping you would like show us. Okay, and then diagnostic tools, safety settings, privacy and security, previous max, work plan history, smart version, find my Yarbo, reinstall docking station, reinstall data center, replace data center. Okay, so there's lots of different things you can do. This cellular thing makes me concerned. After app activation, Yarbo will consume 4G data for operation if you want to save data. I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Right, but it's on my, well, it said, it's like, I don't care. That's fine. So you can use 4G, I don't care. All right, so previous maps. All right, so now we need to look into the maps, but we want to get the controller working. So let's do that next. So we'll pause and come up. All right, guys, I knew I would find this in the manual at some point. This is where they're talking about high risk lightning areas because they suggest doing a high mount on a house. So like obviously on ours, it's not as high as the highest point on the house, but anytime you have a spire that raises over the top of any portion of your building, you do increase the chances of a lightning strike on that particular component, whether it's, you know, passive or it's made of metal or it's made of something else. It really kind of doesn't matter. But if it's metal, it's even worse, okay? So you are mounting something to your house. If you're concerned about lightning safety, they're just suggesting that you put in a grounding implement that would take the current, if there were a lightning strike down to ground, and minimize the risk of creating a resistor out of your frame and catching your house on fire. People's houses burn down once in a while from lightning. It just happens. And by the way, even if you did this, it might still burn down from a lightning strike. That's just the way it is. Okay, we're gonna keep looking at the manuals. We just saw that, stumbled into it, wanted to mention it because we did bring it up earlier. All right, so we got to get this transmitter working since our battery's about to die. So I'm going to lay this down. It's still working. Everything should be fine working-wise. So I'm going to turn this on by waking it up. There it goes. It's woke up. And I have to, okay, first of all, we'll get out of the way just in case. Okay, so see if it works. It acts like it's going to go, but it's not because I have to press and hold this for 1, 2.
Physical controller connected.
Now we can drive it. That's giving me feedback like it's working, but it's not doing anything, okay? So I don't know if these are the wrong keys. I know one of these starts the cutter. Okay, so we've got cutting disc is RT, so nothing changes. Driving direction, D-pad up and down, so this works. But look, ours is A and Y.
There's a safety button.
Where?
Where's the safety button?
Ooh, the safety button.
Safety button, RB.
RB. Okay, so it's this one. It says RT and RB. Okay, so, oh, I have to press the safety button.
You have to hold it?
Yeah, and then when you let go, it stops. Okay, so that makes sense.
So your kid can't come out here and pretend it's a video game and mow your yard?
So you can still move the head up and down, and that's gonna tell you, but then your feedback would be on the app. Okay, so I'm pressing and holding the RT, and then as I go, it's fast, okay? And then how do I turn on the cutter?
I think it's the other back trigger buttons.
I like literally can't tell if it's starting or not. So if I press the back one,
But I bet you have to
Nothing.
hold that safety button.
nothing. 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 So I don't understand. I can definitely drive though, which is really nice because basically I have a forward and a backward and it's quite easy. And then I can use this for left and right, but I can also use that for forward and backward. So like you can use, I don't know if like you can only use one at a time or if it freaks it out. But basically when I move this stick, it moves. When I move this stick, it also moves. So when I go forward and then pull to the side, it doesn't control. It's like whichever one it perceives you were using, it listens. But if you use this one instead, it does the same thing. So it doesn't care which stick you use, which is kind of weird. But I would think that if it's gonna let you use both the sticks, it would mix the controls, but it doesn't, it just confuses it. So you have to pick one and do it. You can see right on the screen, under the controller, I'm gonna unlock this. You can see if the blade is on or not. But you can also switch this to a flipped screen, and then you can lock this in, depending on your phone and how things are set up on your phone. You should be able to click it in, which is kind of cool. So then you can use this, and I wonder how this will work, if you'll get active feedback. Okay, so I want to go to this controller.
Physical controller connected.
I'm not crazy about that. I feel like the backward control is a little bit difficult to understand.
So can you turn the blade on from there?
Maybe.
App controller connected.
Oh, that switches it.
Okay, so let's see if we can turn it on. I don't know if it's just slow to turn on or if I'm doing something wrong. You have to hold it for a second. One Mississippi. Nothing. I heard the noise. Didn't you?
I did, I heard something.
So I don't know exactly what the deal is. But then also I've got this signal cross through, so I'm not sure what that must mean. The Wi-Fi is not as good as the Bluetooth. So yeah, so I'm not sure what the deal is, but then, oh, now it's on. Now I can hear it cutting.
Can you switch to the controller? I bet it'll turn the blade off.
I bet it will too.
Physical controller connected.
Okay, so I'm holding the button. Definitely cutting now. Okay, so this is what it's done so far. It's at 17.2%. It was about, what was it, 20,000, 23,000 square feet?
20,000, yep.
There you go, 21,000. So you can click this button and you can undo, and this is the map. I did a pretty bad job. I think I had
You're a little excited about that part.
that's around the pool. And then I tried to go up a hill, which it went right up the hill. But it's really cool because you think, oh, it's never going to get done. It's never going to get done. It's going to take forever. But this is just one chunk. That's 21,000 square feet. And I mow like, I don't know, 5 times that when I'm mowing.
Yep.
So the pond is like way over here. I didn't even go all the way down the hill. So what we're going to do is we're eventually going to make this so that you guys can see mapping. Probably what we're going to do is we'll map the opposite side of the driveway. And you can see the start point over here. If I zoom super close, okay, I can unclick this. It'll stop centering the view. This is where it started. Over here, randomly. I don't know why. But we started mapping here, and so that's where we drew our route to the charger, okay? And so the first time I made a map, it went like over here and there and there and there and all over the place trying to find the start point. So I'm going to probably have to rechange the start point. I'll have to figure out how to do that and where the charge pad is and everything. But it's pretty neat because it just keeps going. That's the beauty of this application, is that not only can it go into extreme weird positions, like up steep hills, it doesn't seem to get fazed by that. And it doesn't care if it takes a 400-point turn. It just does it. And then we just have this going because my only fear is we didn't mark out any obstructions. We made no no-go zones. And there's like a trampoline here and some septic lids and different things. So I guess we'll find out if it runs over the septic lids and blows up the septic tank.
Well, we're mostly concerned about
over here. There's little
trees.
And there's several of them, but I didn't mark any of them out. I think probably what we're going to do is we'll end up, it said it's adjusting the what?
The module?
Yeah, whatever that means. Oh, it's adjusting the module because there's a hill right here. So then what we'll do is we'll just jump over here real quick and show them. Okay, so right here you can see that's why it's so cool, because it's nighttime and it's just doing its thing. And that's a particularly nasty spot, just so you guys know. And then right here, there's a really, really steep hill. And my only problem is I charted one hill right down here, and it's super, super steep. And hasn't burned down the house yet, so I think we must be doing good.
There it goes.
Yep. But my only fear is, we're not hardly cutting any grass, so it might not really show very good. All right, that's all we got for you for now. All right, YouTube, so we've done a bunch of videos about Unbox, about data center setup, about network patch cables, about our specifics on our installation and dragging cords through living rooms and things like this. But we want to talk about one of the most critical things, that is creating a map, okay? Creating a map on the Yarbo is quite possibly the most pain in the butt and difficult thing you're going to have to do. And it's actually quite easy, unless you do it at 2:30 in the morning after your Yarbo has had an intimate session with your trampoline and geodesic dome. And that's exactly what happened. It went in and it went around, it got lost.
Yeah.
But it didn't damage anything, and it only knocked one septic drain lid access thingy off. It didn't cut it, it didn't break it. That's one of the beautiful things about this that you will find out, is that the cutting power is a lot less than you're used to with regard to what you're cutting. And that is one other thing you need to be aware of. If you're cutting 10-inch, 15-inch, 30-inch tall grass, like this grass out here, that's hay grass, it's probably not gonna be your best cutter, but it will cut it, okay? Because I cut a bunch of grass under my trampoline, under full control by me, and it worked perfectly fine. But don't expect it to automatically no-go zone that area. We're gonna share that right now. Stay tuned, I gotta put some stuff away. All right, so guys, listen. We're just gonna show this in a real life experience. Like, I'm your buddy comes over, you show your buddy your thing, okay? This is my thing, meet my thing. So, 92%, it's charging. It was, full disclosure, I parked it in my garage because I was afraid somebody was gonna steal it. Okay, if you're like a He-Man, you might steal this.
Exactly.
The truth is, it can only be attached to one account, but the thief is not gonna know that. So I don't think it's really a good anti-theft system. But the truth is, somebody that wants this, it would not be that hard. We also have piles of crap people could steal from us. The difference is insurance. So this thing's brand new, we don't have it insured yet. Anyway, so don't steal it until like next week, please. So here we go. We've got the battery charge, we got GPS, we got Halo. It's actually Halo, I think, but that's okay. We'll just call it that. So I'm gonna enter my yard. This is what I mapped out last night, and I did a GPS overlay. I was very nervous about this because we didn't want to have a bunch of GPS addressing information on this video, and it didn't actually do any of that. So it actually just has like a black screen, and it just shows a map, and you can do an overlay. You can do your own picture, whatever, it doesn't matter. But you can see these red acne spots where I popped zits. Oh wait, no, those are trees. And those trees are little trees. Oh, what do you call that? A trampoline. What do you call that? A geodesic dome. That's right, where it was trying to make little robot babies with those domes. I'm telling you, it did not succeed. In fact, it got in and it couldn't get back out. It looked like a ping pong ball, getting very confused. And it kept drawing red things and red things and red things. It was hilarious, but it was also at like 2 o'clock in the morning. One of the best and most amazing features of the Yarbo is that you can set it to work, and then a couple hours later when you're done making dinner at 1 o'clock in the morning, because you run a YouTube channel, then you can look out and say, wow, look at that. It moved down the yard like 40 sweeps, and it's really cool. But this yard right here, this cut pattern is 20,600 square feet. And that consists of not quite my front yard, okay? So that's a lot. 4,500 or 45,000 would be
1 acre.
1 acre. Okay, so we have 24 acres here. We're not cutting it all, and you probably aren't either. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna show you setting up a small little area just to teach you how to do it. And it's gonna be the area of our grass strip here. Then we're gonna set up a no-go zone, and we're gonna show you how to delete the no-go zone, because really making no-go zones was something I couldn't figure out at first, and then I did, and it was super easy. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is if you've already started, you're gonna go to enter my yard. You won't have that button, it'll say create a map. So you'll enter my yard, and then you're gonna edit a map, or you can go like this, and you can do all sorts of settings. That says my yard. Okay, where do I start? I gotta find that real quick. So my apologies. I just demonstrated one of the biggest problems I have on this app, and that is you have to figure out how to use it just like every other app. Okay, so enter my yard. If you don't have a yard, you have to start with a new one. So you would edit my map, and then you would hit create. The first thing I'm gonna tell you is right here, you can create areas, pathways. Pathways are areas that take you from an area to your charging station. If you had more than one, you could go to different charging stations. If you totally obstruct your path, it will walk over here, and it will bounce around like a ping pong ball all over heck and back, and then start cutting over here. It's really weird. I don't know how to set the start point. It just has to do with the way the pattern is generated, okay? So there's also a dead end, no vision zone, and no-go zones. No-go zones and docking stations are the two that you're gonna generally create, okay? But what I wanna do is I wanna create a new area, okay? Please drive your Yarbo to the edge and click start to add a work area. Okay, so what we have to do is now you can use this to drive. Charging paused, acknowledge. It beeped, very quiet beep, and now I can drive. Now you can use the handheld remote, but we found that holding down the trigger, the right top trigger, is kind of a pain in the butt, okay? So now this drives just like it always drives. Come over here, come over here. I don't care about filming that thing. This is how it works. You basically have a little thumb control. It's very basic. And yes, I am trying to make this as bright as possible so you guys can see. So as you can see, it's easy to drive, but you can extend past the area that you are expecting the joystick would resolve itself, okay? So camera crew is gonna come to my right side now and stay there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive to where I wanna start. You don't have to start your mow where you start making your shape, okay? So it's actually pretty easy to start a shape, and then you can edit the shapes. It's just not easy to edit, okay? So I'm close to where I wanna be, so I'm gonna get in there and just make a turn, okay? And camera crew and I are gonna do our best to try to make it so you guys can see okay. So you also notice that the Yardbo's head is lifted, okay? That's okay, it doesn't really matter. It's not gonna change anything, but you do have to kind of estimate the exact position. Okay, so now I'm gonna hit start. Please control, okay, along the targeted area, okay? So what we'll probably do is we'll just do a smaller area, and what you can do is you can see me, if you wanna come over my right shoulder and film so you can see kind of what I'm doing, I'm driving where I would normally wanna cut. Now keep in mind, this path is also temporary. This is eventually going to be paved, and it's gonna be a smooth transition, but there's probably gonna be some changes here. So I'm just gonna be close to the edge, but not over it, okay? So you can see it's quite easy to control. Some people have suggested that they like using the controller. I do not like using the controller. I think it's very counterintuitive because I am a controller schnob because I work on radio controlled airplanes. Okay, so I'm gonna come up here. Now you can stop at any time. You can even back up, but just note that it's drawing that line, okay? So it's gonna just keep drawing it no matter how stupid your moves are. And keep in mind, you may not wanna always cut as far as you think. because you can shrink your actual path as well. And yes, this is like I said, now camera crew is gonna go to the other side. This is just me walking. It's very easy. I'm basically just walking. It's super intuitive and it's not hard, but it's slow. Slow is not necessarily good, okay? It depends on how busy you are. It depends on if a rainstorm's coming. Keep in mind, this thing will work in the rain. It's just that your grass might not cut as good. The other thing too to keep in mind, guys, is look how sparse and crappy our grass looks. The grass in your yard is probably going to look better mid to late April, okay? And same here. But we just happen to have had a very dry spring, which is great when you're doing construction, but it's not so great when you're reviewing Yarbo robotic mowers, okay? Now, the other thing, you're noticing that I'm not perfectly straight on my line. That's also kind of okay, because it's not gonna mow perfectly straight either. It's gonna mow whatever it mows. And if it slips down your hill, it's gonna go back and try to get back to where it was. So you have to be careful about the patterns that you pick when you do apply a pattern, okay? This is not a fast process, but it's also not a hard process, okay? It just takes some patience. Now apply that to that side that's way bigger, and look at all the little baby trees that you don't want to run into. Also, let's make a collision so people can see how it's going to handle it. I'm going to run into myself, okay?
Collision occurred.
No big deal. It didn't hurt. It barely touched me. Okay, do you want to see how it is?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I got to drive forward.
Okay.
So it'll make you go backward for a second, then it'll make you go forward, okay? Really easy, no big deal. Now don't like lock your leg just in case.
I won't.
Collision occurred.
That was full speed. It was a nothing, right? It's like
Right.
getting pushed into by a pillow.
Yeah.
By the way, your foot would have to be like wrapped up to get cut. So, I mean, this thing is pretty darn safe.
Yeah.
I haven't even thought about hitting the E-stop, okay? So, continuing back along, and that's all it does. It doesn't change your map. It doesn't like screw everything up. It doesn't crash the application. You just do that thing and it's very easy. You might want to go up on the driveway or come back here with me for this part because you're going to get into all this dead stuff. So guys, as you can see, one of the biggest things about this tool is that you can go through a rough area of your yard that you don't want to have to mow and get bounced off the seat and have back problems and being fat and lazy. Oh, that last part was just for me. But I don't like bouncing around. It's annoying. I do like mowing. I just don't like mowing the whole thing. It's like too much. Now, if at any point I wanted to stop, I could just stop, but it would make a stupid shape, okay?
Right.
So there's no reason to stop. So I'm just gonna show you a quick update, and it's just gonna draw a new perimeter, okay? So the new perimeter is eventually going to potentially even overlap an old perimeter. It doesn't matter. You can overlap all you want. Hunting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around that electrical box and around that water meter pit, which is, if you wanna just kind of show them up there real quick so they kind of understand where we're going. That water meter pit is kind of where our water comes from across the street, okay? So we have to avoid those and we'll make no-go zones. But you pretty much just do this first and then you gotta make no-go zones. So guess what? I gotta come all the way back out here and do that because I have to drive. Oh, this is what our Mid-American Energy did this for us. Look at this beautiful grass they
is
replanted.
amazing.
That's what $24,263 gets you.
Did we pay like $1 per blade of grass we got?
Yes, except they didn't even deliver that. So guys, you can see what I'm doing. I'm just cutting around the electrical box so that we can see the utilities because they're beautiful. And at the end of the day, this is gonna basically make a perimeter for us. It's pretty straightforward stuff. It's not hard. You guys know where you're cutting already. If you cut your own lawn, you pretty much just mow, but you're not mowing. And by the way, this thing is quiet.
Very.
We had it mowing at like 2 a.m. and the loudest thing was me in my excitement when it got into its lovemaking session with the trampoline. It was hilarious. So, and I was genuinely nervous it was gonna break everything. The whole first trip, now I'm like, whatever, just run into anything. If they hit your kid, I doubt it could hurt your kid if it wanted to. So even if the cyborgs take over, then you'll probably be okay. It's just when they add different periphery equipment, you gotta watch out for it. Okay, so now you can see how this path would normally continue. What I'm gonna do is, for the sake of our video, I'm gonna turn and come back around and go all the way back down. Okay. Now, you wouldn't have to do that, but I am gonna do that, and I'll tell you why. Because if we get hit with a storm, I wanna be able to show you guys how this works. The other thing you need to be careful about is that this thing does not make perfect turns. And so you wanna make sure you don't run into a situation where you have it drawing itself into an electric fence or barbed wire or a hill it can't handle. This thing handles some of the hills that we have not been able to handle with any of our other mowing equipment. It is fantastic because it's very heavy and it's small, but it's got good footprint, okay? The footprint is beautiful. It works super, super well. And it does still track mud. I was disappointed by that, but what are you gonna do? When I say mud, I mean mud in the tracks. It's nothing excessive. Gotta watch out for stuff like that where you get a vine. So I'm just gonna give this a little bit of a wide berth because we do have vines here. Now you're thinking, how is it gonna know to avoid that? It isn't, except that if it hits that, it's gonna mark it as an obstacle. So you could leave this and be totally assured it's gonna be fine. Same thing there, because it's basically a tube that comes out of the ground that's 7 feet tall. It's not gonna damage itself. You wouldn't even have to set a no-go zone on that type of apparatus. But if I wanna save that tree, and I'm nervous about it, and it's in the middle of my zone, then you probably better be careful and set a no-go zone. Because this thing will avoid tall stuff, whether it's a tree or a fence post, but it would also drive right there, through that, okay?
Yep.
And I actually don't mind. That might be how I do the ditch, because that ditch will eventually get mowed by Yarbo, okay? But for now, I'm just gonna continue along. Now I can't drive through there because there's still barbed wire. So guys, again, this is a lot hyper-specific about our case, and it may not all immediately apply to you, but I should also let you know that if you ever get into RC and you've got access to the means to do stuff like this, you're gonna eventually wanna take care of it, okay? Because it's gonna happen immediately. You get a big piece of property, you put a runway on it, this thing is amazing to help you keep it maintained. And yes, you can do cool patterns and stuff. I haven't even explored them yet. I'm still looking forward to having grass tall enough that I can see that it mowed.
Right.
And we will show you guys some of the mowing area. Now, this is another area I'm not sure how it's gonna handle. So, that stick is probably strong enough that it could be avoided. But I'm gonna just tell you this, right now, I am a little bit nervous it's just gonna break it off, okay? And right now it looks like nothing, but when the grass is like 8 inches tall here and it's mowing, it's gonna seem like pretty necessary, okay?
Yeah.
Also, you can cut as low as 2 inches and as high as, what was it, 5?
4.
4. So I like cutting the grass when I'm cutting about 3.5 inches is where I usually cut. And then during the heat of the mowing season, it would probably be better if I raise that up a little bit just for the health of the grass, but I'm too lazy. And also I can't keep up with it.
And with this, it would be easier to set it higher and just cut it more frequently.
Yep.
Not spend the time.
But you have to remember, this thing is not a speed demon. You can cut faster and slower. We have it going medium right now. You could also change the way that it turns around. There's different methods you can use, but I just want to talk about this. Come around here and just kind of watch over my shoulder. I got to pay attention to this, so I cannot point the camera at you because I am paying attention to my driving. But you can see the line. You can zoom in as well. So like if you want to pinch to zoom, you can zoom in quite a bit, and then you can see kind of where you do have to end where you started to actually end and terminate, okay? So you can't just like stop and have that be a straight line that I know of. If you can, I'm not aware of how to do it. Because it will tell you, you have to get to the end, okay? You can also set up margins where you omit a certain amount of cut width, and you can set it up to cut bigger than a cut width, okay? But at the end of the day, I just want to give this thing the best crack at success to give us good outcomes. And that's what we do on Brian Phillips RC, is we show all the steps that everybody else assumes you're smart enough to figure out. We don't assume that you're smart enough or dumb enough to figure it out. It's just more a matter of people need help. So a lot of people don't know how to do this stuff. And so we're here to help. And that's what we've always done, which is why our videos are 4 times longer than everybody else's. And we're gonna keep doing that, I guess, until they kick us off YouTube. Okay, so look at this. We're getting really close. Getting really close to that mark. So you can also click this button and it'll zoom in, but I'm just so close I don't want to screw it up, okay? So watch, 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 watch. Okay, a little bit more. You can go as slow as you want, guys. You don't have to go fast. Okay, so it says, please control your Yarbo to the map target area along its perimeter. So now I can hit next. Okay, very good. So now it's going to ask you moderate bypass, and it'll tell you what these different sensitive bypass, gentle contact, meaning you'd have to run into something, and then customize. I'm going to go with, I'll show you what customize looks like. That's a vision bypass. You're going to have to do the best because I cannot tell what you can see. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to sensitive just to show you. In fact, if you go to question mark, it will explain all these. Moderate bypass is useful for complicated lawns with uneven grass to bypass obstacles lower than 20 centimeters, like weeds, stones, toys, etc., balancing missed worked areas with safety. Then sensitive bypass would be useful for relatively clean and well-maintained lawn with fewer obstacles to offer the safest mowing experience, but may occasionally miss some work areas. And then gentle contact is useful for all tall grass higher than 20 centimeters in your lawn or divided areas in one work area to offer minimal missed work areas. So I'm almost wondering if sensitive bypass is what we want.
We don't have a well-manicured lawn, though.
We will in this area, though. Compared to the rest of our lawn, guys, this is probably our most well-manicured. And then the second most would be the sides of the house.
So you can set it for each individual area then. Okay.
And you can change that, by the way. So I'm going to go sensitive, and then I'm going to set the mowing height to 3.5 inches. And then you can actually set up the different patterns. So they have spiral, checkerboard, diamond. I almost wonder if we should try checkerboard. And then we can do a preview. My only fear is up there by the fence. So you can see right there, it's got lines, okay? See the lines? Mm-hmm. That doesn't look like checkerboard to me.
I wonder if it's not wide enough for it to do it.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it has
so I'm gonna go back
be.
to spiral, okay? And then I'm gonna go to preview. And it shows a preview. Yeah, see, that's more like I would cut. See how it just goes in a circle and it just keeps going around? You'll find that spiral cut is gonna work better for irregular shapes, which is what we need to do this yard with, okay? Now, also, the other thing is, so let's go spiral cut, okay? And then what we're gonna do is go to advanced. Turning mode is smart turn or zero turn, okay? And then you can hit question mark and it'll show zero turn, it pivots in place. U-turn makes a U-turn, and then smart turn, it does 3 precise maneuvers. And let me tell you something, they are not precise. Overlap, 4 inches, 8 inches. I want an 8-inch overlap in this area. And then the module clearance, I don't know what that is. Loose or tight. Okay, adjusting this parameter can improve grass clogging, but may slightly affect mowing height. After adjusting the module clearance, the connection between the module and the body will slightly lift, which may slightly affect the mowing height. Okay, so I don't know which one. Probably medium. Yeah, probably medium. Okay, so then you just set all that, and then you just hit check mark. Okay. Create pathway, create dead end, create pathway. Nope, I want to create a pathway. Okay, so now I have to please drive your Yarbo into an area or the docking station and tap start. Okay, so from where we are, I don't know where it's going to exit, but I'm going to give it a path. So I'm going to just drive. I don't know if I need to drive back or if I just need to turn off here, but I'm thinking about if somebody was parked here, I want to just kind of go between where the parking stalls would be. Okay. So I am going to back up and then I'm going to hit start. So you can move it to where you think you want to exit, and then it'll interpolate that into your plan. So I'm going to go this way.
Okay.
The only problem is I don't really like crossing that much in case this ends up being a muddy day. It'll make a big mud track across here. So maybe it'd be better to cross there, go across, and then jog over, kind of like my other system. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. It doesn't start until you tell it to start, okay? So I might actually go out and just turn, you know, like where we've got that little oil stain, okay? So I'll just drive up here, and then I'm gonna make a turn here. Remember, this is not gonna set the path until you hit start, okay? So come on over. So what I'm gonna do now that I have my path, I wanna take, you know, the narrowest path across my driveway. So I'm gonna hit start. Now I'm gonna drive it to the docking station, which, yes, that means I'm gonna go into another zone, but that's okay, because it's not like I'm using 2 of these things. But someday, that would be really stinking cool, by the way. Okay, so I'm just walking my way up to another entry point, and I could use this for something else, but you can see it doesn't care. You can add another line. So like if I have a path that's over there when that building's done, I can just drive across the driveway and make it all the way over and then cut short, okay? So now that I'm here, I'm gonna go ahead and do an angle, and I wanna enter right in front so I don't waste any space. Remember, you gotta think like a robot for this step, okay? If somebody's parked there, you're either going under or it's gonna go around, and it will obstacle avoid. But remember, it backs onto the charger. So because it backs onto the charger, I wanna make sure I get into position. And one complaint I wanna talk about, come on over. Remember, I'm just driving this now, guys. Camera crew's gonna go to my right. Watch when I back this up. I don't wanna make a lot of corrections because this is actually tracking my corrections. But you see how I feel like the reverse action is it can be kind of confusing, okay? All right, so now that I'm on there, I can hit next. Okay, so now, why does it say, oh, the pathway settings is gonna set for 4 inches, so it goes all the way up. So that way that device is not gonna create a problem. So that when we transition like on here, if we'd have like a big bump or something, okay, so we can just hit check mark. And again, you can adjust those settings. Okay, so now our next thing we have to do, which is super annoying, is we have to go out there and set up no-go zones, okay? So just because it takes a long time to get out there, I'm just gonna cut straight through. You don't have to take the path. You can just go straight to it if you want. Now, in our case, we have hay grass growing here. You may not have that, okay? So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to plus, okay? Then I'm gonna create a no-go zone. But first, I wanna show you something. I'm gonna exit, edit, and then I'm gonna go start. Watch this. So it says house, front yard. So enter my yard. So I don't know how to select between the two. Looks like that just added it to the map, right?
It does.
Oh, okay, well that's fine. So then I can go like this and I can say backgrounds, previous map. So there must be multiple maps, but that's okay because I truthfully, I just as soon have it go to that spot. You can see right here, it's got different paths that I've set up for different stuff right there, okay? And the other thing is that path won't necessarily take, it'll just come out and turn, okay? So if I were to hit start, then I don't know how I tell it to go to that one instead of this one though.
Right.
That's the only thing. Because like if I want to set up a previous map, what is previous map? Hold on, let me see what happens. Okay, so it's saying previous map, save current map. I'm a little bit nervous. It says, please note that after resetting the base station, historical map data will be cleared. So I don't want to do that, I don't think. I think what they're saying is you can set up a new base station and have another set of maps, okay? So in our case, this is all still part of home, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and drive out there and set up one of these zits, okay? So when you're ready to do that, you can go back to edit map. Oh, you see how this says area? Oh, there we go, area 1, area 2. Okay, so area 1, area 2. So this one's 2,690 or 20,690 square feet. That's the big one. Then this is area 2. Okay, so I could go boom. I could do rename. Here, actually, would we be okay to come in here? Because then maybe it'll be easier to film.
Yeah.
So then area 2, I'm gonna change this name to main runway. Right?
Yeah.
Of course, I gotta type it right. Okay? So that's the main runway. And then I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna rename this. Rename. And instead of area 1, that's going to be around house. Except, is that, yeah, around with ARR. Okay, so around house. Okay. So now what I can do is I can go in here to the, see, it's got all those settings. See, this one says spiral. Watch this, around house. That one says parallel. Okay. So evidently around house is spelled wrong. Why did it try to correct me to spelling it wrong? This is the sort of stuff that technology gets you. See, look, around, I'm going to forget that. So remove that. Then I'll be embarrassed less the next time I film a video for millions of people to watch, billions of people to watch.
You're welcome, Yarbo.
Yes. Okay, so then you've got map, and you can take apart this background. But my biggest thing is right now, I want to edit this one. I don't want to rename it. I want to edit the map. Spiral area. Next. Expand area. If Yarbo's route is outside any area, complex edit. So to the location you want to edit. Okay, so let's say that we want to edit. Now, if this isn't right, then it's no big deal because I'll use it still anyway. I'm just going to drive out there and see if I can add my no-go zone, okay? So now you guys can also see that the tracks are getting cleaned up now too, which is really nice. And I gotta say, this thing is gonna tear the heck out of its own tracks. So I don't know how much they're gonna cost to replace, but I can tell you this right now. What is this? Oh good, that's just schmutz from my yard.
Dirt.
Oh no, it's like greasy, gross. Ugh, I don't know what it was. All right, so I'm still driving and now I'm gonna hit this button so I can zoom in on me. Now it's saying, please drive the Yarbo to the location you want to edit and then click the start button, okay? So the area I wanna edit is here. But the thing is I haven't indicated how I wanna edit it, okay? But let's say that's where I wanna start. Keep in mind, it's kind of like the body and not necessarily the mowing head. So I'm gonna hit start. Okay, and then it wants you to go to the end point, okay? So what I'm gonna do is you gotta be careful when you're around stuff like this because you see that thing, that's a meter. That's a water meter, okay? That's actually the electronic transmitter. The meter is down it's underneath that thing. If you guys have never seen out in the country how they measure your water, that's how they do it, okay? Okay, so now that you have that, it's not gonna let you hit next until you get to the waypoint where you started from, okay? So in my case, I might have to walk over just a hair, and then it's, see, this is where it gets kind of tricky because it's like I have to find the exact position where it thinks I started, okay? You guys see what I'm talking about though? So this is kind of like where it gets frustrating because it's like, what the heck? It doesn't make next available.
And you can't zoom in anymore?
Until you can't zoom in anymore. So I got to figure out what the heck is going on here. Come on now. This happened to me last night on one thing, okay? So you're like, why didn't that work? Because it didn't work, right? It says drive the Yarbo to your preferred endpoint. Cancel. You want to know why? Because this isn't even probably the right thing to do. So what I want to do is I want to exit edit, okay? I want to edit map, and I want to create a no-go zone. So now I'm going to draw it. You can also use templates, but get this. Then you hit that, you know exactly where you are. I know that's about where I want to be, so I'm going to hit start, okay? Once it gives you the screen, okay, so now I'm going to walk around it just the same as what I did before. And if you want to give yourself a wider berth, you can do that later. You can change this, but you would be going to the other settings. So you can just watch me drive around and then I'll show you on the screen what I do, okay? It's pretty simple, but it does take a lot of time to do this when you're driving around like 40 objects in a particular yard, okay? Also, look at this. See, it's tearing up. It's tearing up. So that's not uncommon, and that's got not a lot less to do with the Yarbo and a lot more to do with my yard. Okay, so you see the red line or the red dot? Okay, so then we're gonna go back to where we get back to that waypoint where we started, okay? So then it's gonna say next. Okay, so now it knows to avoid that zone, okay? So now I can zoom in on this and I can say, oh yeah, that's a no-go zone, okay? Now the other thing you can do is you can create a no-go zone with a template, and you can make circles or rectangles. So I'm gonna go circle, and I'm gonna hit check. And then I'm gonna go in here, but you see, it goes wherever you are, okay? So that's not what I want. So I'm gonna hit back, but you can delete them, just so you know. So in this case, what I need to do now is drive over to that box. I'll show you how to make that box a no-go zone. Now remember, a no-go zone means it's not gonna swing its tail end and try to turn into it, okay? Because there are areas like that fence line is not a no-go zone. So if you pick a route where it has to correct, it could slip down and it'll try to drive through the fence. That hasn't happened yet, and I hope it's not going to, but you have to think like a robot, okay? So I need to go to create so I can drive this thing because I have no access to the controls. So in order to do it, I have to go to create, no-go zone, and rather than template, I'm gonna go draw, okay? Now, why they don't allow us to just physically draw on the screen is totally beyond me. That would be way nicer, but you would have to have a scalable image of your property that's pretty dang accurate. And by the way, these Google Maps is really accurate, but there's a lot of times there's a little bit of a cant or an angle to that geographic position, and they don't always correct for it. So sometimes your overlay will not be perfect until you scale it darn near perfect. And even then, you're gonna be looking at like that house is covering up where the charging pad is, okay?
Right.
So now I'm gonna come over here. Doesn't matter what order you do it in, doesn't matter what position you do it in, okay? So I'm gonna come like this. And it's kind of nice because it's pretty easy to control, but I'm gonna hit start now. So this is gonna take the start point. It's gonna store it, and you don't even really need to look at the map, but it's nice to have the map to confirm that you got it, okay? Now I'm gonna turn sharp because it's square. And it's always better if you can do this without actually hitting stuff, but even if you do, it's still gonna do the job, okay? But don't be afraid to go really slow. You can go as slow as you want. Some people, like I said, really appreciate using the controller for this. Some people think the controller's not very good on this application. I think that either one is fine, but I prefer the phone because it's just something I'm used to and it's not a big deal, okay? Now look, it's gonna bring me to the waypoint, but I haven't turned, okay? Is that problematic? Maybe. It depends on if it's gonna let me save it or not, okay? So it doesn't look like it's gonna necessarily let me save it, so I'll probably have to turn to get back into that position. Now, as soon as that next comes up, you should be able to stop, okay? There it is. So now I can hit next. Now, we have another no-go zone, okay? Pretty simple stuff. It just takes a lot of time, okay? So you'll note that we had a start and end point over there that we could not constitute later as a no-go zone. You have to go in and start a no-go zone and then set it as a no-go zone, okay? But there's other things that you can do. You can create pathways, you can create docking station, dead end, and no vision. I don't really know what no vision means. So I'm just wondering if it says no vision. Maybe that's like if you were driving through like a locker room or something, or some legality thing. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But either way, all I know is, as you can see, it does like to dig up where it's super soft. So you gotta be kind of careful and mindful about that. And there are gonna be trade-offs on this thing, okay? But the biggest trade-off that I can see on this is that you have to do all the setup, okay? So once you're done setting that up, we really only have 2 no-go zones there. And then eventually, all this is gonna continue down that hill. It's gonna do all the paths. It's gonna continue down this hill. It's gonna be a little wider. It's gonna go down to the pond, and then it's gonna go in and amongst the trees. That's where it's really gonna be a lot of no-go zones, because I have to drive across a bridge. I don't want the thing to tank and go into the water. I'll probably set up the bridge as basically a no-cut zone if I can do that, or I'll just create a path and it will connect 2 areas, or I'll just create another area on the other side. So there's a lot to learn. There's definitely a steep learning curve. That's why we showed the whole process. You can copy along if you want to do just like you do on any video from Brian Phillips RC. We're going to show you start to finish, out of the chair, into the air, because we aim to keep people doing the stuff that we're doing on these videos and not just watching us do it. Okay, now I want you to see what happens when we start, okay? So if I hit start and it says house front yard area, no, I want to hit plus and go main runway. See that? It highlighted it. So I'm going to hit check mark. Plan name. I don't need a name, so I'm just going to hit check mark. This is another plan, so you can execute a whole schedule for it. So I'm going to hit start, and it's just going to say proceed. So hit start. See how it's counting down 5, 4, 3. So it's telling you to get your crap out of the way, and I'm going to hit proceed. And then I'm going to hit start now. So now it's going to start somewhere. I have no idea where. Yarbo cannot start the plant. What did it say?
In a no-go zone. Oh, so you're just in a no-go zone.
Okay, so what I need to do is I need to back out, controller, unlock, and yes, you can turn on and off the lights remotely, which is so nice because when you are doing this at night, you're gonna find out really quick those lights are obnoxiously bright and they will sometimes block your vision. Okay, so I'm gonna go to a no-go zone. I don't really care where it is. Now I'm gonna hit X. I'm gonna go back to start. I'm gonna pick plan 2. I'm gonna hit start. Don't show this again, or you would just have to wait patiently. I'm gonna hit proceed, and then I'm gonna hit start now. Don't really need a preview. I don't really care where it starts. It's probably gonna drive to the stupidest possible spot to get going. Whoa, no way. It's getting in position.
It's calculating, yep.
So then you can open this up and you can have it follow. So now what it's gonna do is it's gonna go find the start point, which is like somewhere. Unclick that, and then that's where it's gonna drive to. It's gonna drive all the way to this spot for whatever reason to start. I don't know why. I don't understand why they do that, but that is what the robots do. So what we're gonna do is we'll let you waffle, or we'll let you watch it waffle through this process. Because the truth is, when we review stuff on Brian Phillips RC, it's not just to show you how amazing stuff is, it's to show you sometimes the stupid stuff too. Because it's a lot of money for this machine, and here it is, like trying to clip this corner. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter, because I could also take over and just drive it. Because watch this, pause, okay? I wanna pause it, why? So I can go to the controller and say, you are being really dumb. Just do what I say instead. And then you can mow that thing it just missed, okay? So I know where the start point is, it's over there. So I'm just gonna walk over here. And by the way, I could be in Kansas City, I could be in St. Louis, I could be in Kentucky, I could be in South Carolina, and I could do this. That's what's so stinky cool. But it would be kind of challenging without cameras, and I haven't figured out how to use them yet, okay? So now I'm just driving, and look, it's on low speed. I'm gonna go to high speed, and then I'm just gonna drive over closer to where the waypoint is, okay? Why do I wanna go to the waypoint? Because why do I wanna waste time going in circles? The other thing is, it'd be nice on this software, especially in the spiral configuration, if you could just say, start here.
Right.
Start now.
Yeah.
Okay? Because there are times, like last night, we ran a cut mode, and we'll show you what we did last night after this gets started, and we'll come back and let you watch it. So you can close that, then you can just hit start, continue, continue. Now look at this. You can tell it's just driving, like it's beelining now. Look at this.
Yep.
So it's got the flashing light, totally sweet. It shut off the lights because it doesn't need them. And then look, now when it hits that waypoint, it's gonna turn on the cutter. It's turning on the cutter. Now it's on. And that's what's crazy, guys. It is like, oh, it's probably turning around. This is one of the things you have to tolerate, okay?
Our robot vacuum is more aimless than this when it's getting started though. So,
yeah. So the camera crew has some
I'm kinda
experience
used
with
to
it. But I can tell you this, the one thing I love about this is it's kind of like playing a Brian Phillips RC video in the background. You know, at some point, he'll get to the point and the video will be over, but it could be 3 or 4 hours. The cool thing is, look at this. So we got 2 hours and 29 minutes left. It's got 0.4% of the progress done. But look where my first cut is. It's like way in. So I don't know if it's gonna get that edge or if it's gonna miss the edge or exactly what's gonna happen. But the cool part is, if you do this enough times, it's gonna eventually get the overlap you want, okay? Now, we could just go away and like, okay, well, it starts raining. You can tell this thing to keep running when it's raining, okay? So under settings, excuse me, I'm gonna go back out. You don't have to sit there and watch it. It just tells you that it's running the plan. Okay, so you can go to settings. Nope, you can go to settings. That's one of the things I've learned. The settings are all over the place. They're in weird spots. You gotta get used to it. It's no big deal. But then you can go to safety settings, volume. Ooh, look at that. I'm gonna set it to like 25% because it is loud.
It is.
Camera status check. It said it was good. Oh, did you see that? Safety.
The controller.
Controller child lock. When turned on, certain features of the Yarbo will be restricted. We don't have that turned on. Okay. I'm trying to think of where it is.
Working preferences.
Working preferences. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there it is. Mowing in the rain. I can turn that on and it will quite literally mow in the rain. So at the end of the day, this route you could do in the rain, but that route you might not want because it's got hills on it, okay? And eventually I wanna mow over there where there's gonna be like super zit-faced map of no-go zones. It's gonna be terrible, okay?
Yeah.
But that's exactly why we have this thing. It's because it's really hard to keep up with this much mowing. Even though I like it, it's hard to do. So what ends up happening then is, let's say there's 4 or 5 spots that it doesn't like to hit. Then I will edit my map until it hits them effectively. Or I'll change the pivot direction. So one other thing you can do is, I think it's under this settings. So the main runway settings, there is a pivot, advanced settings, and it might not be in this one. So I'll go back to the other map. So I'll go around the house one. That one's where we got a parallel line. Okay, see it says pattern. You have to do, there's a place where you can, rotate route. Okay, 10 degrees. So after setting an angle, the mowing path will automatically rotate by the specified degrees at the start of each work plan. See? Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, cool.
So that is beautiful because that is something I don't do because it's really hard to pivot the plan when you make a spiral cut pattern and I'm cutting for 4 or 5 hours on a 0 turn, going 15 miles an hour, full out. Okay, and that's literally what happens. So now, doesn't look like much, but let's just show you right now. It is cutting, and you can only tell probably because it's gonna be barely marginally shorter. So let's just show them this green one. And the cool thing is, look guys, okay? I'm done playing with this. I'm gonna shut my phone off and just put it in my pocket. Okay? Do you wanna see what happens when it hits me?
Well, I think we already showed that.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Well, that was during setup though. So now the other thing is, this thing is incredibly powerful. It does a great job. I'm not sure why it's so far in. And by the way, this grass might not be tall enough to even need cutted. Cutted?
Cutted.
I
Cutting.
think it's cutting.
Cutting.
Yeah, cut. Just cut.
Just
yeah.
cut. Well, when it gets over here,
It will.
we have some taller grass here. So
Yeah, and some really, really nice grass over
yeah,
there
it's
too.
great.
So guys, if you know how to make grass grow, then I want to talk to you. But here it is, the Yarbo. This thing is awesome. There's no need to watch it. That is the beauty of the Yarbo. Once it goes, it's going. You don't have to sit there and play with it. It just does its thing. Let's watch the no-go zone, and let's watch the first kind of like pseudo turn. Ooh, and if you ever get confused about what the heck it's doing, just unlock your phone, bring up the map, and you can click on it, and you can go and just look, and you can say, where is that thing? It's right there. So what's it doing? It's making turns. Why is it doing 3-point turns? I don't know. Nobody knows except for the Yarbo, okay? So you can see all those little lines are all the little paths, okay? So at the end of the day, is it gonna be the end all cure all? I don't know. If your grass looks like this, you probably don't need a robotic mower, but it's gonna look pretty thick and pretty lush in just a few weeks, because guys, look at this. That is gonna be this tall in 2 weeks. And this is gonna be probably 8 inches tall, okay, if we weren't to cut. So my goal is let the robot do its job and then go do other things while it's mowing. And then let it come back and recharge the battery, and I don't have to deal with it. So evidently the spiral cut, it does some like kind of goofy turns because it's avoiding doing this, guys. Look, it's avoiding this where it rips up my beautiful yard.
Right. That was a really technical spot there that we did.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have heard just how quiet this is.
I'm
gonna pull this
crazy.
out of my pocket. It's like barely makes any noise.
The wind
Sounds
noise
like yeah,
will be
the
louder.
wind is way louder.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I think that most people that have a lawn would think that this is pretty neat, but I don't think that most people that have a lawn facilitate or need this much mowing assistance. But there are people that have big lawns and there's people that have very nice lawns. Our lawn is not very nice right now, but we did commit to getting a video by a certain timeline. And then that's one other thing down there. Show them down there, camera crew, this little area that we designed for like doing RC cars and trucks. I want to get this mowed again.
Yeah.
That area is terrible to mow. I literally come out head to toe covered in dust.
Yeah.
That is not going to create dust, but it may not be able to handle it. And you guys see what happens there? They dug that up. They dug that up when they directionally bored my power through here. Why did they dig it up? Because they wanted to make sure they knew where it was. There. They wanted to know where it was there. They directionally bored here. Don't ask me why. So now what we'll do is we are going to basically let you watch it mow, and that is a turnaround, so it should cut that little tiny area. And yeah, it doesn't seem like, what the heck is it going to do? It can't possibly cut that. Look, it just cut that. Isn't it weird?
And we'll have to see, like the fence line's pretty tall, so depending on how close it goes to the fence line, we should be able to see good too.
And you see how it moves it up and down? Because like it knows what the angle is. That's because there's casters up there helping to guide it along the edge, which I just think is so cool. And I know how hard it is to actually mow this yard, so I think Yarbo is doing a great job.
Yeah.
So now, while we're waiting for this, there's one really cool thing we could show you, and that would be over on that side of the house where it's already mowed. It was about this tall, and now it's about this tall. So admittedly, it's not huge, but we can show you that real quick while this does its thing, and we'll come back and show some more. The camera crew mentioned a detail that was a pretty good detail, and that is we don't want to miss one of the higher points that it's supposed to be cutting, which is here. And yes, it will kind of do a lot of back and forth on certain sections, okay? So just plan on it. It's gonna be the way it is. Because watch this. Now it's gonna cut something. Nope, it started cutting it. It was freaked out. You see that? I think it might have thought there was an obstruction. Now, watch what happens when it finds an obstruction, okay? You don't have to mark it. It will just think it found something. If it thought it found something, you would see it on the map, okay?
It's like a little red blob kind of.
Yeah, like a blob. In fact, I'll find a screenshot of it real quick because I did save that, hun.
Okay.
From last night while you just keep watching this. Okay, you ready? This is what that's what your screen will look like when it's trying to
Get
make
out from under the
sweet love to your trampoline. Yep. And then right here, you just keep going. This is what it looks like after it's done a bunch of pattern. It will leave little red marks where it thinks it ran into a problem. And then at some point, you'll go out there and you'll stop it by driving it, just like I showed you how to do it. So it's really easy. You just open up the app. The app allows you to select the Yarbo that's doing the math or doing the cutting, and then you just open it, and there it is, and it's ready to go. And it tells you what it's cutting. It tells you how much it's done. It's got about 11% done, and then it's got about 3,857.9 square feet left, or 2 hours and 13 minutes. And look, now it's gonna actually cut something, guys.
There
But
we go.
I gotta say, I'm pretty disappointed it's in that far from the edge. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm just glad to see it cutting something. And we're at 78% on the Yarbo right now for the battery. So keep in mind, you're not ordinarily going to be cutting and setting up. You're just gonna be executing a plan. So it'll come from the charging station right to the cutting area, and it's gonna do its thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
once you have your plan set up,
Yep.
then
And then come here and look at the track pattern. You see the track pattern in the grass? That might be partially from me driving. I wonder if it assumes that it cut while it was tracking.
I wouldn't think so because the blade's not on. Wonder if you just have to expand the area out to make sure you get all your edges.
I don't know.
Or if it does that at the very end, does it go around all the way at the edge?
Oh, maybe that's the
Maybe
end
that's
cut.
the last path.
Well, I could look at the pattern. So the pattern's gonna tell you that if you just zoom in. If you zoom into the pattern, it looks like it's gonna go inboard now.
See, but then there's a gray one at the very end. Is it going to go all the way around at the very end, right
and then
on the
hit
edge?
the end point. Okay, yeah, you could be right.
Maybe so.
But either way, this is the first time I've done the spiral pattern. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pause, we'll go to another spot of the yard while it's doing its thing, then we'll come back and show you the progress after it's moved through the ranks here. All right, so we did a different perimeter cut. This is last night, it's just a screenshot I'm zooming in. And you can see we never made it to the exterior perimeter. And so you can see like right here, we didn't cut this, but it did cut this, okay? So what's gonna happen is, when this thing's working for hours doing all that, it's gonna cut all this here. Now again, admittedly, it just happens to not be that thick yet, okay? So it's not gonna show up until it's thick. But if you come over here and look, you can actually see that it cut this area here. It was thick. And then this area, it didn't cut because I didn't set it to cut. This is where we go into the hay grass, okay? We haven't really established where the cut routine is gonna end up because we just got done with construction of the damn runway for the base, okay? So as you can see, Yarbo's still doing its thing, and that's the beauty of having an autonomous robot doing your mowing, okay? Now down here, hon, if you just come here and train the camera, you'll see all the lines from our Yarbo that went up and down and up and down and up and down the hills. And that's the beauty, is that as it does all this cutting, it just does it. You don't have to babysit it. You don't have to worry about it. Once you set up your no-go zones, now you can start to see where it's cut, okay? Because that was a pretty thick area. But you can see right here where it's tracked over the septic lids. That was one area I was quite concerned about because honestly, I have trouble with it mowing with my zero turn, okay? So it did a good job. And that little area, believe it or not, it can go up those hills, straight up and straight down. But I still don't want it to get up there and then pivot 14 degrees or whatever it is, or 30 degrees, and then tip down and roll, because that thing's gonna suck to flip back up, okay? But this area did cut, and it did a really nice job, and it looks pretty much perfect. And even that area where we transferred a bunch of grass, it cut this, and it didn't do anything wrong. That is a very, 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 very rough area. You see this, guys? It went on top of these sod plugs and cut, and it looks perfect. That is a testament. But it also tried to drive in and under, and then I had to manually control underneath the trampoline, which has not been cut since the trampoline was put in there, okay? I've gone in and weed whacked it a couple of times, and I think I used that new thing that I use around the
big
pond's edge.
edger tool.
It's called I think it's called like it's not a trimmer. What is that thing called? It's a sickle bar mower.
Yes.
It's 24 inches long.
It goes like on a
weed
weed
whacker.
eater, yeah.
Yeah. So I stopped the pattern down here, and you can tell it stopped. And now it's very tall. So there will be another mowing zone in this area. But then when we get down to places where you're next to the water, you're gonna have to be really careful, because if that thing comes down into an area like this, which is beautiful and we love it, it's highly technical, okay? So then you get down here, I'm not worried about it hurting this stuff. I'm worried about it committing hara-kiri and jumping in the drink.
yeah.
Because look at this, when you come down here, no big deal until you get to Long Island, and look how wet it is. It's gonna be really hard to mow this area with anything. But you know what? I bet you it's gonna do a pretty darn tootin' good job. And I can't wait to see it. But at this point, I don't want it to come down here and get stuck in the water.
Yeah.
So I may end up coming down and just driving it and mowing occasionally, because I can't even bring my zero turn down here. So at the end of the day, does it solve all your problems? Maybe. If all your problems are a very flat, very even, very well manicured lawn. But if you have a lawn in a situation like ours, where there's just a lot of different complex things that you want to do, like over there, I think it's going to be just a totally different situation. But if I can mow 4 areas in this yard and take 7 of the worst hours of mowing off my plate, this thing is going to be worth every penny in just a few short years. Because that also takes wear and tear off of the equipment for what I can mow, and I can mow quick. Because I can take the zero turn and mow in front of the lawn, the driveway, in like 10 minutes. Really quick and with very low effort. But then I'm covered in grass to my knees. I got hearing protection, it's hot, I'm gonna be all sweaty, I'm gonna be dusty and dirty, it's gonna kick up my allergies. And so for those of you that don't have that problem, I envy you, okay? I love nature, but nature doesn't love me. It's kind of sad. So anyway, we'll give you guys a few minutes, we'll pause, and then we'll come back and show you the progress. Okay, so we're back. We're just watching it. Hey, make sure you're back far enough so you don't stop it. It'll find you as an obstacle. So there, you can definitely see it's taken down the tops.
Yep.
And the thing that's so nice about it is we've been down there talking next to the pond and just kind of enjoying our time for a minute. And all the while, we've got our little robot doing its thing. And if you don't know where it is, which it's so quiet you won't know where it is, then you just pull out the application and you can see where it is. And you can see about what it's got done, because it makes the line darker as it goes. It's really cool, I think. And to be honest, I think the biggest holdup most people are going to have is that it's quite expensive. So when you're making your considerations, you have to weigh a lot of different things when it gets to this price point. But if you're comparing it against a riding lawnmower or something like that, you know, you're into that same price point. So when you follow the links in the video description below, you can figure out how much it's going to cost for you. If there's going to be special things you want to buy that maybe we didn't, like for instance, the leaf blower, which can go on to the front and it can come and clean the path when it's done. But my understanding is you'd probably have a second one that does that, okay? And you would deploy it from a second pad. I mean, you'd have to spend quite a bit to do that. But if you have a big enough place and you don't want to be on the hook to have people coming out and doing it for you, this might be the tool for you, okay? Now, the other thing too is because we have a solar system, this is all electric. I don't ever have to put fuel in there. I don't have to winterize it. I just put it up for the winter, or in your case, you might put a snowblower on it and have it snowblow. And that's really cool. But again, I don't know how that's gonna work. We haven't tried it yet. Because here on Brian Phillips RC, we are telling the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, about every item that we review. It's the same situation. So for us, we are definitely voting for people to send us good stuff so that when we review it, you guys will have an opportunity to execute on buying one once in a while. Otherwise, we're like, wow, that really sucks. And it doesn't really do anybody any good. So at the end of the day, we want these things to be great, but our word is worth more than one particular product getting, you know, more than a fair shake, okay? Because at the end of the day, we know you guys are coming here to learn what our real experience was. Our real experience is, to be honest, we probably shouldn't have been reviewing this for another 2 months when our grass was thick and lush and easy to see if it cut. So I don't know if we'll do another video when we get this thing set up, because that thing has alfalfa and weeds and all sorts of crap. And if you think it looks bad over here, wait till you see it cut that. That is a hard place to cut.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to set up a specific pattern to go up and down the hills, and then I don't want it to pivot because I don't want it slipping and cutting down our little baby trees. So guys, that's the other thing too, is when you set up your no-go zones, remember, if you have a big tree that's got stakes, it will pretty much find and avoid it, but it might avoid it in a totally idiotic way. I don't want this tree to get cut down. It's beautiful. They're expensive. Well,
Those weren't.
those weren't.
But usually they are.
This one's half dead already. I can't take another mowing, it says. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to take the time to set up no-go zones and to set up the paths. But you only have to do it once. And then you can just say, oh, cut that twice a week. Oh, that's gonna be so nice. I can't wait to execute on that. But for now, I really just kind of want to get out of the weather and let this guy keep working for us. By the way, you'll notice the lights are on now because it's getting dark.
Oh.
Yes, it was mowing at 2:30 in the morning. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. That means it did fine in the dew. It did fine in the dark. There are times of the day that you don't mind giving up, and there's times of the day that you do. You can set this to mow in the middle of the night while you sleep, as long as you have vetted your paths and make sure that you have all your no-go zones set up. And that's really what you're buying with a robot. You're buying time. You're buying back freedom. And if you're anything like me, that's worth a lot. Okay? So hopefully we've made, you know, a fair shake. We've shown some of the positives and negatives of the Yarbo. I think it's an awesome product. I think once we get a little thicker grass in here, it's gonna really prove how good it really is. But I think for a couple more weeks, it's just gonna seem like a gigantic waste of money. Except that I still love it. And by the way, it's fully remote controlled and fully autonomous. So I'm not gonna complain anymore. I love it. I think it's awesome. I think you guys want one too. But do you need it? I think that's really just depends on the size of your yard. And we got a war going on behind us.
Apparently. Or, you know, physical limitations. You used to be able to mow and something happened and now it's too much work, or your wife used to mow and now she's pregnant and she can't. I mean, there's lots of situations.
Or you just want one so you can like tow yourself around on a trailer like a big giant idiot, because that's what I'm gonna do.
Or that.
Because
Trying
that's
to be helpful.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna do that though.
I
You know I am.
I know.
I'm gonna go get that 19-foot trailer and I'm gonna hook up the hitch adapter and I'm gonna sit on a chair on the trailer and I'm gonna drive myself around like a big dumb idiot. And it's gonna be awesome.
I'm aware.
And I cannot wait to share it. It's gonna be like prime time on Brian Phillips RC. Now the other thing is, you'll notice that our recharging pad is up there. It's sitting in front of our building. Eventually, I'm probably just gonna we've got outlets all over the place. It's really easy to station that wherever, but I just kind of want to put it out of sight, out of mind. I'd like to have it in a place where I'm, you know, less likely to have somebody walk off with it. But it's not gonna be real easy to steal because it's so dang heavy.
Yeah.
And yes, it does lock itself out, but I mean, you could pick it up with two guys without too much trouble. So I'd rather have it inside, but it does kind of freak out a little bit when it gets inside in terms of loss of GPS, but then it just goes to either Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or Halo. So there's like a million different ways for it to connect, and it just has, I think I saw brief disconnects while it was running last night. And it was mostly disconnects from my phone. It wasn't disconnects from that thing. It kept running. It just didn't update my map. So I hope you guys can hear okay because the wind is pretty bad. That's why we got the muffs on. And we hope that we answered all the questions. In fact, we're gonna walk over here. We hope we answered all the questions that you had about this Yarbo, because when you make an investment like this, we understand it's gonna be critical that you have all the information and not just some guy trying to sell you something online's opinion. Obviously, the guy online trying to sell you something wants you to buy it so that thing can do no wrong. But that's not what we do. We've never done that. We've always been truthful with you, and we think that shows. That's why we crash planes into our buildings. It's super fun. So now that you've seen it here, you could really make a decision. And you don't have to go out on a limb. We're gonna try to keep that from being something you have to do on something so big. I think that for most people, this thing is gonna be awesome. You're gonna really enjoy it. It's gonna work perfectly fine for you. The worst part of the process is gonna be getting the Ethernet cable through your wall, okay? Which is gonna be a pain. Because most people don't have, you know, RJ45 plugs outside. They have them maybe inside, maybe in their network room, maybe on some sort of a utility closet. And that's gonna honestly be the biggest problem that most people have with this application. And I think Yarbo would be very wise to come up with a better PoE injector that could be plugged in outside, and there could be a cord that goes straight in just like they're doing through the WAN port, and then it just connects to your local Wi-Fi from that thing. That really needs to be included. So that would be a big takeaway that Yarbo could get from us. Because 99% of the people out there can do that. But I gotta say, it's set up really easy once I got through that terrible process. And I've done that terrible process. This will be the third time. Only because, yep, exactly.
Yep.
So if you've ever poked an RG6 cable through so you can get your, you know, cable TV, or you've ever poked a quad, you know, biplex, stupid waveform antenna for 5G, you know, boosters, which is like what we did the last time, which is an 1.5 inch hole, or you've ever brought in, you know, water, or you've ever brought in primary service, it's not that big a deal, but you want to make sure you know where you're putting it.
Yeah.
It would be much better if it was more of a temporal solution, had a heavy weighted base, or that was an option, and it was Wi-Fi to your local Wi-Fi router. Even if you had to sell some sort of a mesh adapter that would then be inside that could repeat this to your WAN port outside, okay? That's really what needs to be sold, okay? Because most people do have outlets outside, but they don't necessarily have network patch cables, okay? And then the transmitter, I think, is somewhat of a little bit of a misnomer. I didn't like that you have to hold a safety the whole time you're running it. I felt like this thing works really good on the app. The app crashed on me like 3 or 4 times, and it only crashed when I was trying to do, and I'm trying to remember, do you remember what it was?
Was it when you were doing the no-go zones?
I was trying to do no-go zones, but I was doing it wrong.
Oh.
Once I set up the no-go zones right, and I started the no-go zone, and I walked to the area, and I hit start, and then I started driving around it, it worked perfectly, and I never had a problem. It was when I tried to extend the zone, and I had it crash on me a couple of times.
And you can have the app on more than one device. Like we have it on both our phones. We're just using yours because we're filming on
But only one Yarbo to one account. So you can be logged into multiple devices. Now also, full disclosure, I haven't set up any sort of desktop application on my computer. I'd like to do that. I want to see a place where I can go in and edit my drawings so that I can have, like for instance, when you make a wrong turn, I don't want to have to go back and redraw the whole thing, okay? I want to have an erase tool or an edit tool at some point from Yarbo that we can go in and edit. Or I can just go in and draw like a whole new sector. And I want to have a feature that says, make any obstructions a permanent no-go zone, and then I can eliminate them if it's not. Like I give it the green light.
Or mark it on the map and then just be able to turn it into that.
Because what it does is it drives up like this, and it makes this little red blob, and then it like turns and it goes away. And then like soon enough, like it drives by and the side-facing camera's like, no, it was okay. It was okay. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Right.
And then it comes back and it finds it again. So it draws that map of that red stuff like I showed you, and then it makes it all red when it gets stuck inside underneath the trampoline.
Then it can't get out.
And then it can't get back out. So there's some different things in the software, and they are always constantly improving it, don't get me wrong. But those are just some of our constructive feedbacks. Even with the cost of the system, I think those are pretty reasonable concerns to have. I think they're fair concerns, but I also think they're definitely not deal breakers for the average Joe.
Well, and the other thing is you personally haven't priced indoor robot vacuums recently. So for the cost of what this is
Compared,
is outside.
$500, $600?
On it. No, you're talking $1,500, $1,600 for an inside vacuum. See, yeah,
Ooh,
right.
ouch, my balls.
Right. So I'm saying this does a lot of things, and it's outside, and it's waterproof, and it has the charging station, and on and on and on.
And we still don't know what to do with this silicone thingy.
It goes inside. I found a video clip.
In the connector?
No, it goes in the actual mower itself. You have to move that. You have to take that linear actuator. You take the linear actuator out and just set it off to the side. And then down below, there's a control panel that has been working fine, but they have had a few instances where it's gotten wet and caused a problem. So it's basically just to like silicone in that whole bottom data area to keep it waterproofed.
Okay.
And then you put the linear actuator back on after it dries and you're good to go.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll do that thing.
Sure.
So that all being said, the Yarbo is awesome. I still think
cool.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
I do think that for an application our size, we are going to push the limits of the battery performance because it is going to probably get close to running out on a yard this size, let alone when I drive over and do that whole path. But I think it's going to be more of a strategy and execution and timing sort of thing. Right now it's cool. It's not going to be cool in July.
Right.
It's not going to be cool in September. And so the batteries are easy to swap, but I don't want to have to swap them.
No.
And I don't want to have to buy them.
It supposedly has a 6-acre working area, and we'll probably put that to the test.
We will overrun that. So my guess is that has to do with the mapping software. So I think it's a great thing. I think
really
people are
cool.
going to love it. And guys, it is really cool that we can be standing here doing something totally unrelated, talking about a product, and just watch it work. It's really cool.
You could be like out here flying if it wasn't 27-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, but even if I was flying, I could fly and land.
Yeah.
Because I'd be like, okay, well, the Yarbo's going by. Well, you know what I would do? I would pull out my phone. I'm going to show you the exact process. I would unlock the screen. I would bring up the app, okay? Just like this, it's running. I can see all the updates, and I would hit pause. Then watch what happens. It pauses. And then when I'm done landing, I would hit resume. Continue. Oh, and by the way, you can pause and then put the controller up, and you can drive it out of the way. Drive it into the tall grass. Just started, now it's going. Pretty cool, huh?
That's pretty cool.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's just, they have made what is an extremely complicated project into a relatively simple project. And I think for most people, it's going to work.
When we read through the directions, the quick start guide, and
Actually
there's like
worked.
14 steps, I'm like, oh my gosh, how many millions of steps did they miss? Not
They
really.
didn't really miss any.
Pretty much
And
just
the other
worked.
thing is the quick start guide and the user manual for both the mower and the Yarbo all pretty much go over the same things. There was one thing that we had trouble with, and I think I might have accidentally resolved it off camera. The first time you create a map, it makes you walk to the data center, acknowledge the position, and then walk to the Yarbo, acknowledge the position, and then it absolves the red flashing light. And I didn't realize I was going to do that off camera, but I did do that off camera, and I apologize. It was the only step I did on accident that I couldn't undo that doesn't need to be redone now.
Oh, okay.
Because the first time you create a map, that is when it asks you to walk to your data center. Ours is over there. And then walk to the Yarbo, which ours was in the garage. And once you do that, then it's like, oh, yeah, that's where it is.
Okay.
And it works perfect. And I did go in and I selected our Wi-Fi, which happens to be our Wi-Fi. So now we have Wi-Fi, we have Bluetooth, we have Halo, and we have
The RTK
RTK
and GPS.
and GPS. Is it done?
No? What is it doing?
I don't know, it's thinking or something. Oh, by the way, if it ever has hit something, it's waiting for GPS. Node communication. Please wait until the blades reach.
Oh, so it's restarting now.
It just restarted. So it must have lost signal for a second. That's ironic. Oh, but it is getting kind of cloudy.
It is.
Oh, and the other thing is, I didn't show you guys this. I'm going to show you this very briefly because there might be some sensitive information. But if you hit this, then you get all sorts of information about all this stuff. And so again, it could, give away exact position. So I want to be a little bit careful. But you can actually watch all that stuff work live while it's driving around. So if you have an area where it drives under bridges or, through a culvert or something as a passage, you may have to do a no vision zone or something like that. And we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll just give you one more update and then we'll let you guys be done with it. Obviously, it's just doing its thing. It's super fun. And if I wanted to stop and go recharge, I could just hit recharge and it'll just find its way to the exit. It'll cross and it'll drive down here and get on the recharging pad and recharge. The other thing is it's so heavy, I'm not worried at all about it getting blown away or, you know, sucked up in a tornado. If it does, you know, well, you're screwed anyway.
Maybe that.
Hey, you could tell this is mowed now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep, you could tell. It's doing a pretty good job. I mean, it's just not thick enough to show easy.
Yeah.
But it's definitely working. So there you guys got it. Now you heard it first on Brian Phillips RC, or 3rd or 50th. But whatever the case is, we appreciate you guys watching. These are long format videos for a reason. We want to give you lots of information, lots of findings, and we hope that you found it at least partially viable for your decision-making process. Also, special thanks to the camera crew for putting up with me on this. This is a long, difficult to film video. We're gonna have lots of timestamps so you can find exactly what you're looking for. And that takes a lot of extra time. We're gonna have a little bit of editing involved in this. We normally don't edit videos, but we are gonna clip some of the him hawing out. If you guys like this content, smash the like button. And if you really wanna help support us financially, obviously we have you know, Patreon for monthly support, YouTube for monthly support members, YouTube Super Thanks, and then PayPal for one-time donations. And we have like a mailbox, like a PO box if you want to send checks. Some people have asked specifically about that recently, so we just want to regurgitate that. But really the best thing you can do is just when you see something cool that you can't live without, buy it from the links in the video description below. Don't use Honey, don't use those plugins. We get killed on those. They pretty much cut us out. So whatever we would have earned is gone, okay?
Yep.
And there is a lawsuit going on right now. And so hopefully we'll win. Not just us, but it's like a huge class of influencers all over the place. After all, at the end of the day, you know, it seems really easy doing, you know, hey, just tell us about your experience. Well, we tell a lot about our experiences, and that is a big part of how we work together and make a living. And so we appreciate you guys being here, but at the end of the day, that is the #1 way you can help support us, is smash the like button, watch the videos, and then buy stuff when you see something you like. It doesn't have to be everything. Obviously, this isn't for everybody, but the same is true for most planes, most helis and quads, VTOLs, all the stuff we do on this channel on a consistent basis. But long format content is a dying art. It's being replaced by fake AI that just tells you whatever it learned from somebody like me talking a lot. And it just regurgitates it. There is no artificial intelligence. It is real intelligence that's been copied. Okay, so just remember that. It is cool, and we do use it some, but I can tell you this right now. We're not trying to poo-poo new technology, but we want you to realize that at the end of the day, if that's all that people go after, that's all we're gonna get. And that's all we're gonna have then. And then we're not gonna be able to go back to the way it was, okay? So just be careful what you wish for. Next thing you know, you're not gonna be able to mow your yard by yourself. You'll have to have a robot. It's gonna be terrible. All right, that's all you got here on Brian Phillips RC. We appreciate you guys staying tuned because there's so much more right around the corner. Come back for more.
Okay, this is the camera crew here. This morning before Brian left for work, he moved the Yarbo down here under the deck. So he moved the charging pad down, he replugged everything in, and he's down here off of the deck. Our data center is still right here in its temporary location. This is probably closer to where the Yarbo is actually going to park for us permanently. And in the course of doing that, he figured out how to get the cameras to work. So I'm gonna show you that real quick. My oldest son has the app downloaded on his phone. So we now are able to use the app on 3 different phones. So he's on the home screen. He's gonna click settings and then scroll down to Smart Vision Beta. And if you click on that, it will immediately turn on all of the cameras on the front, the left, the right, and the back of the Yarbo. If you have the Smart Assist module on, you can have this actually kind of patrol your property, and you can use the cameras to see where it is. Or if you're out of town and you need to check something, or even if Brian was at work and he wanted to kind of remote in and see what the mower was doing, or if he got a notification on his phone, that's how you would access those cameras. So that's how you use that Smart Vision feature. I know we talked about it yesterday and we just hadn't found it in the menu setting last night. When we did our mowing last night, you can see where our cut path is and where we kind of need to adjust. but this is the tallest grass that we have on the property right now in our yard. And so you can see the definitive line of where it stopped. So this right here was the mowing boundary that he set. So this is all tall grass that hasn't been mowed, and now this all has been. And remember, we have ours set at 3.5, so it's still pretty high, and so we'll have some adjustments to make. But you can definitely see this morning when I got up, I could tell that it had been mowed. So we're gonna move our Yarbo up to the garage. Brian's gonna put the silicone stuff in that bottom tray, and we're gonna do that obviously inside so that we're in a more controlled environment. Our weather is terrible. So our oldest son is gonna drive it up to the garage. He's just using the app on his phone. Seems to work super simple. Right now you can actually see where the Yarbo is driving on the cameras. So it works pretty good. I've been really surprised at how easy the setup has been. Last night when we got inside from kind of getting stuff done, Brian just sat while it was mowing and kind of went through each part of the app to look for all the different features and things like that. So the Yarbo is now out of our line of sight where Andrew can see, and so he is just driving based on the cameras. Does it feel pretty intuitive?
Yeah, I think so. It seems
So
low latency.
we do have a car parked in our third car parking spot like we talked last night. So the Yarbo is going to have to be able to negotiate around that. Obviously Andrew is controlling it at this point, so he'll just be able to drive around that and pull in and park. I'm going to switch to the other side of you, bud. So we'll just see if he can get it totally parked in the garage solely based on the cameras. The left-right view is weird because you're looking at like the split screen.
This is also my first time driving it, and it's very
That
easy.
is true. You're also a kid that plays video games. So
Yeah, but it's pretty-
I would not do so good, probably. So he's got it parked in the garage. And so we did that all from standing. We're still standing here under the deck. We didn't have to do anything. And we'll see if that works for the charging station.